hello. Oh, hello there. Let's test this out first.
Scorpwana says, test.
Okay, good. I was playing with that some last night. After everything was over with, I did. I sure as hell did. I was down there trying my me myself doing it. Hello. Huh? Yes. 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 You were fighting as Vice Admiral. Arcanaloth. Yosh. And, Victoria is still online. Hello, everyone. 'Tis I, Scorpwana, your idiot for the evening. Today is the 11th of November, 2021, or November 11th, 2021, depending on where you're from and who you are and why you got there. Okay, I'm going to run through our 6 usual suspects this evening. Today's endeavors are defeat Voth Battle Zone, ground. Defeat Gorn on Nimbus, destroy Zenkethi's ships in space. So I guess we'll do that. I have to get up earlier tomorrow than normal, so this will be a quick night play of my unusual thing that I do. The thing I do. I do it all the time here. Hello, nurse. Why you shooting at me, man? Why you shooting at me? On the ball thing, I'd be pretty quick. I got on earlier during the day a few times. Victoria was streaming, so I joined in. Went through a few TFOs. Didn't stream, just did TFO'd. FO'd the fuck off. DFW. I don't know. For the win. Scattered around like just messing with some of my characters I don't usually tangle with that much. My Sukibilly. Sukibilly! Blah. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, oh, hello there, yes. He's trying to grip with reality, but he's not here, he's up over there. Oh no! No, 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 you will not shoot me in the back, I will not have it. I will not have it, you cannot touch me there, I cannot touch you here. Nice shot. Tarzi loves to shoot people with that foot of hers. Knocks it right on out of the park, home run. All the time out of the park, home run. Home run here. Been cleaning out my inventory a little bit. On each character. Converting into energy credits put inside my my account bank. Just in case. If you ever need it for everybody, then they can all go to the same place to get it. Oh, right through the anus. Oh, I got shot in the back. Voff! Should have just went through this one, I guess. Not gonna bother y'all if you don't bother me. And you bothered me. Okay, don't say I didn't warn you. Owie. Torched dino. Ew. The new season of Dexter came out, or started. The episode has been out for a few days now. I have yet to watch it. I'm eager to watch it. Yes, yes I am. Yes, Sam, I am. Let's get these ships working. They're not going to capture anything. I thought they were going to help. Damn it. Dang it! I thought they were going to help, and they're not. No one helps. Finished up season 2 of the revival of Animaniacs. Season 3 is probably going to happen. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose my job. No, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to lose my job or not. Probably eventually one day. More than 40 Vath defeated. 360 points earned. Yay. Oh boy. Opa. Boy. Yes. Yes, hello there. Yes, hello. Lilo wins. Epic prize token.
Murdoch says, "Sup doo-doo gang."
Doo-doo gang. DNS. How have you been? I ain't heard from you in a while. Did you finally reinstall Windows? Windows. Anything get resolved
Murdoch says,
from
yup.
STO?
Murdoch says, and I had issues.
Ugh. Did you upgrade to 11 or something, or just straight up Windows 10? Just put it back on there. Issues in them shoes, yo. Issues. Yay.
Murdoch says, I couldn't install the network driver and had no internet cause no network.
What the heck? Shouldn't Windows have automatically installed it? Or just like a version of the driver to allow you to use the internet? I didn't get hardly anything from that. Boingy, boingy, boingy. Boingy, boingy, boingy.
Murdoch
boingy.
says, I went to laptop to go to Mobo site and put driver onto a USB key and then moved to desktop but wasn't working.
Weird.
Murdoch says, I also tried the Mobo driver disk, said installed, but no network.
This is on-board Ethernet port or wireless? Probably Ethernet. Hardline. That's unusual.
Murdoch says, so I had to take my computer to where I had it built initially and had to pay $100.
The hell? What they do? Like install a network card or something? Okay, where's this? Where's this? Oh, it's in progress. What the heck?
Murdoch says, it's working now, but a few moments ago in Twitch the chat started to fill up with 222, 2222 etc. Murdoch says, so did scans then a restart?
What the heck is going on, man? So it seems fine now? Ah, too far. Too far! Yeah, there we go. Continue.
Congratulations, Admiral.
Admiral. Already collected that. Okay. Admiralty wins.
Murdoch says, also I thought it was weird that in Stow my Stow macro program seemed to be partially working even though the program couldn't be working on computer since it's a fresh install, or somehow it's not, I dunno, no programs on drives so.
What kind of reinstallation did you do? Like completely clean and or just like an over type? 'Cause that would be kind of weird if Stow still had your keybinds and stuff. Unless it keeps it on the site, which I doubt it does. I would think it'd be client side only. Unless you keep Stow on a different hard drive.
Murdoch says, I reformatted my drives but couldn't get network drive installed so took it to my shop. Murdoch says, Skamer pc.
Xgamer PCC.
Murdoch says, but everything was wiped.
Like every single hard
Murdoch
drive?
says, Skamer.
That's weird.
Murdoch says, yes.
Could pile this on too.
Murdoch says, my only guess is that the Stow servers remember the macro.
Maybe they keep up with their like settings and stuff.
Murdoch says, I mean since you have to enter the info into Stow chat.
It could be that. Maybe. You could, like, I guess, upload a copy of the setup or whatever to your personal account, maybe. That's all I can think of. I wouldn't know why they would do that, but I guess no data is secret anyway, right?
Murdoch says, it's weird cause 2 of the rows work on my mouse button but one of them wasn't so very strange.
2 of the rows work on your mouse button and one of them wasn't? Was it, have you in the past had like a macro keybind whatever set up just with one row? And that's what it's using? Ooh, that one's a big one there. See that.
Murdoch says, so my mouse side keys are activating the 2 rows I use the most. I have the top row for special AoE abilities, that one wasn't working?
Weird. Maybe it's a different Mouse configuration. I have no idea. That's just odd. Generally, if you wipe a hard drive, install Windows over, it's done. You know, and I don't know why it would have old info or whatever still. I'd have to like look that or ask on the forums. Maybe they'll tell you like, yeah, they keep a backup copy of something or whatever. You know? Or maybe the settings of the game had to be reset somehow. Like if you've set them over the years, and if it is just client
Murdoch
side.
says, so check this out. I had told the GMS about the fact that I didn't get 20 slots for account bank from lifetime sub.
Yeah. And they finally got back to you with a good response?
Murdoch says, they kept saying I did because of the 20 plus my 40 equals 60 however. Arcanoloth says, evening.
Evening!
Murdoch says, I have always had account slots and told them my 20 plus the ones I bought in past 40 slots equal 60, so I am missing 20 to make 80. Murdoch says, the GMS only were looking at my purchase history.
And did they finally escalate
Murdoch
the issue?
says, so I called Perfect World and talked to billing.
What'd they say?
Murdoch says, he agreed with me and said many others had issues.
He only agreed with you because of you bringing up the money issue.
Murdoch says, and he gave me 2,000 Zen to buy my 20 account slots.
Wow. So they admit that they were the ones in the wrong. So that means somebody got fired? Waka waka. Oh. Fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. It burns.
Murdoch says, I told him, if I'll look at how much money I have spent in the game, spending $20 is nothing for me and I wouldn't be making a fuss for no reason. Murdoch says, I'm very disappointed with Sto GMS.
They're probably like little kids or something.
Arcanoloth says, it's all about money. Fixing a busted system costs X. Patching over unhappy customers when it breaks costs Y. If Y is less than X, they don't fix it. Murdoch says, but thankful for the corporate billing guy at Perfect World.
Nice. So now you can get all your slots. Or you have, or you haven't got them. Okay, now let's go over to Mikael. Mikael Myers.
Murdoch says, at least he understand if you can't fix it, throw the bloke some Zen.
Right? It almost sounded like whenever I'd messaged them about my name thing and said, you know, I had to spend like 300 whatever to get a rename token whenever they forced my name change for no reason. And then they ended up like giving me the Zen back, you know. Because of oh, I'm already okay. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. I'm glad that got sorted at least. But whenever you had getting back to your computer stuff, how many hard drives do you have like in your computer?
Arcanoloth says, this is why it took so long to roll out chipped credit cards in the States. Retailers don't care, so the processors worked out the cost of dealing with lots of fraud on the swipe card system, concluded it was cheaper to insure and write that off than upgrade.
Oh, somebody already captured that. Damn.
Arcanoloth says, Now they have an entire computer system doing machine learning to detect fraud because it's easier to do that than get retailers to do anything.
Yeah, that's true. And hell, where I work at, we have 1996 computer systems that are our registers. Card swiping machines are like 2015 or whatever, and they're constantly crashing. At about the same time every day too. You know, you just get over there and it's like, okay, hold on, let me reboot this thing.
Arcanoloth says, yup, it's a fixed cost, so the retailer wants to avoid that.
Congratulations, Admiral.
Arcanoloth, do you know if if Stowe keeps any kind of macro or keybind information server side? Because Murdoch has just completely had his computer wiped and
Arcanoloth says,
reinstalled and all that.
I
good
recall
stuff.
one day we lost power to our registers in my first job. Suddenly my boss didn't care about register errors, just do the business and he will sign off on it.
Ooh. Sounds like that issue with Walmart these years ago. Corporate told them to do something, they did it, and they fired them for it. Fire already.
Arcanoloth says, Stowe stores the keybinds per character yet. You can write that out to a file with save_keybind filename.txt.
But does it save it server side though? That's, you know, I don't.
Arcanoloth says, would be annoying if your binds were to set every login. Arcanoloth says, it has to be server side yet.
It's okay, that may make some sense then. Because Murdoch was talking about
Arcanoloth says,
coming back.
where else would it be?
I don't know.
Murdoch says, I was explaining that I did a fresh install of Windows and surprised that in Stowe 2 out of my 3 rows were working macros.
I figured it kept it like client side, the key binding. What about settings and stuff? Is that like over there too then?
Arcanoloth says, anything client side, use will find a way to goff it up and then hassle support about it, so you don't do that.
So that would mean that it's like the reason why only a few of
Murdoch
your
says,
rows work.
I put Stowe macro on an external drive, will move it over eventually.
So how many hard drives does your
Arcanoloth
computer
says,
have then?
it stores video settings, but also detects if your hardware changed and resets them as precautionary measure.
The $100 that you had to spend
Arcanoloth
for your
says,
computer,
you only
Murdoch's,
need the third-party utility if you need to create a new keybind config. If you don't change your binds, no need.
if you're all bound up. It makes me think someone's constipated with the word bind. I'm sorry, I can't help but not laugh. So what's the
Murdoch
$100?
says, I have 3 internal drives. 2 TB solid state and 1 2 TB mechanical for extra non-game stuff space. Arcanoloth says, being a PC enthusiast has its perks.
And you had them reformat every one of the hard drives completely, like 0 amount and all that?
Murdoch says, I reformatted them myself yet.
Okay.
Arcanoloth says, I recall when someone asked, hey, why do we call this stuff master and slave? Can we call it something else? And that turned into a flame war.
Well, that's just the terminology they use based off of information. Now I don't think it really matters. I mean, Windows just finds wherever it's installed at now. You can just whichever is in the boot record for what is going to boot is written to the hard drive.
Arcanoloth says, yeah, the terms are 100% arbitrary. It could be something else.
It could be just 1 and 2. Zero and 1. It'd be more appropriate, wouldn't it? Because it's starting with 0 all the time. But now it's like it doesn't matter what order you put the hard drives. Whichever one's got the Windows you're going to use, just kind of gets auto-found now. Of course, I like to prioritize it whenever I hook them up into a computer these days.
Arcanoloth says, I saw no technically valid reason to oppose it, but some people like to argue.
Yes, they do. So what of the network, Murdoch, did you have to get? Did they put a card in there, or like for $100? How do they do to fix it? Since your network wasn't working. Animaniacs.
Murdoch says, no, it wasn't a hardware issue.
So, software that you had to buy to install it? You just pay them to look at it, or what?
Murdoch says, I asked, and they said Windows was corrupted, but I dunno. I installed it fresh.
That is so crazy. If you installed a fresh copy of Windows that you've installed
Murdoch
before.
says, sometimes the hardware can go to sleep though, and you have to wake it in the BIOS.
I leave like hard drives running, nothing goes to sleep. 'Cause I always hate like hibernation mode and all that junk in computers. Let it burn that energy. So is it like the installation?
Says, sometimes the install media gets corrupted. Sometimes a copy/extract OP gets corrupted. Arcanoloth says, ultimately not worth the effort to ask why. Murdoch says, so yeah, disappointed it gave me issues.
It makes me just think like if you installed it and you think it's finally working, what is it
that's a rabbit hole full of time wasted and no good compensation.
I always just like to know why, though. I mean, where did you download the installation on a secure, like, non-corrupted
Arcanoloth
thing?
Says, if I suspected a hardware instability, I'd test that directly. No hardware is ever 100% stable in my experience.
That is true. No, it's software.
Says, it's good to ask why, that's how you learn. You will never know 100% of reasons, you will always learn something.
I just always like to know the cause of something. If it corrupted, where did it corrupt at? Like, view some logs and see, like, if it was like a download ISO or something that was corrupted during download, or like you're saying, extraction or something.
It's working now, but I don't know why. In Twitch earlier, chat started to fill up with the number 2 over and over like a sticky key. Murdoch says, I did a restart and seems okay.
So that's just weird. I would want to find out why. Like, I would want to view, like, say,
Arcanoloth says,
the error.
There is a video on YT named The Universe is Hostile to Computers, if you are interested in this sort of thing.
We are computers! But the event viewer, I would definitely look at that to see if anything's not loading up.
Victoria _Thielen says, I just want the shit I paid money for to do what it's supposed to do. Arcanoloth says,
hello, Victoria.
Cosmic radiation is constantly flipping bits in consumer hardware, and we do enough error correction to not notice most the time.
Flipping bits. Flipping bits is like taking shits. Giggity giggity. That's not a reason to giggity, is it? I don't know, that just sounds odd that it would just, like, a 2. I mean, unless your keyboard has something, like, sticky under it.
Victoria_Thielen says, Nat, it's all Windows 11 fault.
It was Windows all along. Like Agatha. It was Agatha all along. That's just unusual. See, if it were me, I'd like be wondering why so much. I'd get obsessed
over it. A single key repeated in a text box sounds like a phantom key press event. Could be software or hardware.
What about Murdoch's? How about is your Realtek audio installed? Like have you tested that yet?
So the last time I did a fresh install, the network hardware was asleep and wasn't being recognized. I didn't remember what I did to fix it, so this time just paid my local dude some money to get me back up and running.
Well, as long as it's working, that's what matters. I'm always like looking at the event viewer in Windows, trying to figure out why things don't work out right. Seeing that certain things just get switched here and there by Windows for no reason. Windows, the world's #1 virus.
Murdoch says, the Realtek is working now. I obviously had a real virus that was causing problems, but the fact that my fresh install wasn't showing network drive makes it tough if you can't get on the net.
That's true. I mean, nowadays, what's a computer worth without having internet access? That is so true. So true it is. Let's see, 170. I have a plan for this evening. I doubt it works, though.
Murdoch says, like I said, I did use my laptop to manually try to install the driver from factory, but because of a corrupted fresh install that wasn't working.
I would think it'd be like more of a corruption if it was older Windows,
Murdoch
but these
says,
days, you know.
I agree with you though. I would like to know what would cause a corrupted fresh install. Arcanoloth says, Def glad I developed my habits in the offline era, keeping around board drivers so I can get up and running without a network adapter. Arcanoloth says, but nowadays that's mostly overkill.
I do the same thing. Like if I have any computer that I'm working on or anything like that for somebody, which I do that every so often. I don't do it like professionally or nothing, but I'll like download all the drivers, even if, you know, what if there's an internet problem, you know, yeah, you know, like getting it up and running or something, or I'll download like the most freshest Windows, you know, for the updates and things. And I don't trust the elements out there. The elements. The elements. Ugh. I need to find something that's got a lot of something at the end of it. There it is. Ah, I didn't even change. Oh.
Murdoch says, so I had the CD for drivers for MOBO, and even though it said everything was installed, Device Manager wasn't showing the network driver, so
it wasn't even showing like a need
Murdoch
to install
says,
it. That's weird.
Sometimes installing Windows can be a bitch.
Yes, that's why I've stopped installing it. I just update it. I've probably got all sorts of problems. Like if I had to install or redo this installation, I would probably just give up life or whatever, because I've got so much little tiny tweaks into everything. I don't even know what I had before, and you know, whatever. It just
Murdoch says,
yeah, we'll
but I'm sticking with Windows 10 until bugs worked out with 11.
Yeah, well, I have no choice. I have to stay with 10. My computer won't allow me to update. I watched this because I have an AMD FX 6300, I think is what it's called.
Arcanoloth says, some spooky stuff out there. I read a blog by a security researcher who found a virus that was replicating after drive wipes on an air-gapped system. and he developed a theory. He found some virus that migrated over built-in speakers and microphones to BIOS firmware.
Wow.
Arcanoloth says, community was split halfway on if he found something real or was too paranoid.
Next thing you know, it's going to be a virus that affects people and computers. Digitally upload. Well, I know that some can jump, like...
Murdoch says,
you know...
yeah, that is truly insane.
It could go from, like, your actual computer maybe into... or, like, the hard drive into, like, you know, the ROM or whatever. Some of them can for, like, the booting part, and then if you don't zero out a drive completely, then, you know, it can stay in, like, the boot record, but zeroing out a drive, that can take some time. I've done it one time before. But that was back in the day, though. That was like, you know, mechanical hard drive days. Which I still have. In one, not this computer, though, but another one. And, no, the other one. Yeah. Yeah, that one.
Murdoch says, I have heard that some people with pacemakers have gotten viruses in their heart from interfacing with Skynet.
Well, people with pacemakers
Arcanoloth says,
can get
we know that state
virus.
actors write stuff to cross air gaps and find specific firmware in commercial centrifuges and overload them, to target Iran's nuclear program. Then private actors copied and modified that code for personal benefit.
Did that. Did I get any energy credits from any of that? No, not really. Okay.
Arcanoloth says, we jest, but a researcher at Deefkin demonstrated exploits in wireless insulin pumps. Could kill people.
There was something in the news not too long ago about hackers hacking into like people's pacemakers and stuff and ransoming off, like getting money to get it back up and running or whatever. Because, you know, it's a wireless technology that doctors can use. That's kind of evil, though, but people are like that. That's why we live here with them. Oh, got another
Murdoch
short
says,
update happening.
wow, that is crazy though, and scary to think that computer viruses can cross air gaps. So in theory a virus could go from Windows 10 then down into your BIOS, so even if you reinstalled Windows it would load the virus from the BIOS or something. Arcanoloth says, if it bonds to a network, and it's made by a non-tech company, security is always an afterthought. They wait until an exploit is found then ask how to fix it, which any expert can tell ya is like trying to put on the condom after she's going into labor. Murdoch says, you would think that would be impossible.
I like how you put things in perspective. There's all sorts of things. That's why, like, if you're sure that you have a virus, and a lot of times reinstalling Windows will fix it, but sometimes, not all the time, it will, depending on the type of virus. That's why if you don't zero out the system or the hard drive, it could even get into, like I said, you know, the boot record of it and kill the drive completely. Cause motor functions for other older drives. Possibly even overheat hardware, you know, depending on the type of virus and what it's set up to do. Who was I? Okay, I need to go to right here. I need to come up with 5 million energy credits. My
Murdoch
Halo
says,
computer needs
reformatting drives usually is sufficient. Curious what percentage of viruses can survive that.
It all depends. I mean, whenever you, depending on the type of formatting you do, it's not really gone. That's why I'm talking about the zeroing out of a hard drive. when you zero out a hard drive, you write a 0 to every single sector, every little bit in the whole hard drive. Like everything. Because whenever you just say reformat, you can unformat a hard drive. There's a way to do that.
Arcanoloth says, modern drives don't let you give too many bad commands to the motors directly, but you could conceivably alter the firmware to crash them remotely. Not aware of anything in the wild doing this, but it would speed adoption of solid state.
Yeah, and that, you have to also like wonder about the firmware too. That could be a possibility as to where like a virus could hide. If it gets that sophisticated. It's not some kid that just downloaded something that was playfully, like, what was it, like years ago there was like the copying virus, which would just copy one file over and over and fill your hard drive up, you know. That's different than like something that actually damages stuff, you know, and corrupts things or whatever. But
Murdoch says, well, when available drive space matches total size of drive, you should be good to go.
Well, it's never an actual one-to-one match, in my experience. Like you can say, oh, I have a terabyte hard drive. Well, actually, it's not exactly a terabyte. It's less, just a little less than it, because it has to hold that information about the drive and stuff. And over the years, drives get corrupted, and like solid state, for instance, I know that they
Murdoch says,
last longer.
Stop
but
buying your drives from the flea market.
Just as a drive like slowly dies throughout the years, even solid state won't last forever, because there's only so many times you can probably write to the the drive itself until that one block of sector of it or whatever is just gone, to where it cannot write again. So it just shifts all that
says,
over.
When you get down into controller level stuff, it's usually specific to that model, and time consuming to reverse engineer, requires specific skills. The diverse variety of skill sets required to make Wanakery when it was discovered is what tipped researchers to think it was likely state-sponsored. Feds are the only ones spending that kind of money on red team tooling. Murdoch says, why the freak am I seeing pop-up advertisements on Twitch? God damn it.
I don't know. It could be because the affiliate program like started up for me, and it could be an ad thing. But you should be immune. How do I make people immune from ads?
Murdoch says, is that a new thing?
It sounds.
Arcanoloth says, I use Chrome and Firefox. I see 0 pop-ups.
Well, maybe it could be that's why you're seeing
Murdoch
them.
says, it showed up right below your tray.
Oh. I don't know. Well, you've reinstalled, so did you have any kind of blockers or something like that before? Like unaware of some that you installed years ago and stuff that's been running?
Murdoch says, maybe I need to install a mod like Adware block yet. Arcanoloth says, I use alternate HTML5 player, so I don't see any ads.
Oh, you use that Twitch alternate thing. Yeah, I've had to use that before. Back when I couldn't watch Twitch, I can only listen. Now I can watch it. Yay. 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 Where am I going? Okay. But you got to think about like if it's like been a year or two or whatever since you've reinstalled before, there's no telling what all kinds of little tweaks and stuff that's been done to your browser to prevent you from seeing ads and stuff.
Arcanoloth says, some people got tired of updating their browser config, so they use VLC to view streams directly in a separate chat client, which solves the problem permanently if that's your style.
I love the VLC player. It's like the best out there. You can do so much with it. You can watch YouTube with it, or you used to be able to. I don't know if you can anymore. download YouTube videos with it before. I don't know if you can anymore. All sorts of cool stuff.
Murdoch says, we will see if AdBlock will work.
AdBlock. Well, yeah, the affiliate program, it has ads or something like that, and you can have them on or whatever. I think I have all that stuff just turned off because I don't really care for anybody to see ads.
Arcanoloth says, those Dyson mini bosses are like the DPS check for ground. If you can't spike them down in one hit before they get their orbital strike out, room for improvement.
Yeah. That's not what I'm going for, though. I also have a problem with running away from my team. Like, they'll have like stuff that can take them out and whatever, but I run away so fast that I don't like fight with them. Or they'll go off by themselves and get distracted and I'm not there. And also, with this character, yesterday I had to, or no, what was it? Yeah, it was yesterday. I had to
Arcanoloth
put
says, stack enough Caperfon before hitting that Zompek lightning. That'll take a bite out of crime.
Take a bite out of crime. K-Perf, do I have that for this character?
Arcanoloth
yes,
says, team is so slow and they don't do much. It's never worth slowing down for them.
Well, they can come back and revive you if you accidentally get yourself in a bind. I mean, I've not paid attention and got ambushed several times on here. You know, like, keep demanding that I do one thing and they keep shooting me and I refuse to shoot back kind of situation. Or get hailed all the time.
Arcanoloth says, yeah, they can revive but faster to respawn. Judas D. Cott says, yeah, oh slash.
Yay! How are you, dude? Yay! And it was a funny thing yesterday. I was playing, what was it? That thing on Nukara.
Judas D. Cott says, doing great. Yourself?
Having a blast. Had a blast today. I played some STO with Victoria. And just messed around with a lot of like, characters that I don't normally play with.
Arcanoloth says, I use the Imperial ground set as filler on my ground alts for the 2 PC Caperf buff, then on my mains I slap spare ground sets that buff team on them to buff my output. Judas D. Cott says, hell yeah.
So that's the stuff I don't know about, like all the little tiny things
Murdoch
that you can do
says,
to make it work better.
So it really bothers me that when I made my Fed Trill for a Psy character something I read swayed me to choose Unjoined, which was a mistake. I am losing out on a ton of racial space buffs for exotic damage.
You can choose, like when you have a Trill science officer, you can choose whether or not they're a joined Trill or not. Really? I did not know that. I don't know a lot of stuff, but I do have fun learning.
Says, I am almost tempted to delete my character and start over.
Oh, it's like killing somebody.
Arcanoloth says, joined Trill only gets a few PTS to skills. It's probably better to roll Alien for another lockbox trait. Murdoch says, I bought like 2 or 3 expensive lockbox ships for the traits.
Boing, boing. What do I have? 0.
Murdoch says, yes. It's like thawing away a $150.
My biggest thing would be like if you were to say, however old this character is, have you spent any Zen on this character? You know, like a lot of Zen. Is to say, okay,
Arcanoloth says, I have a joined Trill Psi as my main for exotic stuff, because that one trait slot isn't a big deal.
I don't even know what exotic stuff is on here. Is it like just particle damage or something? I always see it, but I don't understand what it does. Remember, I just pew pew and die. That's what I do in here. I not know anything. I just poo poo to die. I poo poo my pants all the time. Oh, I don't really have anything.
Murdoch says, I have a alien ROM I'm working on that will be Psi carrier builds. Arcanoloth says, exotic DMG is anything that scales on the exotic particle generator's skill.
Exotic particles.
Murdoch says, and I made a KDF join trill for stuff I will work on.
Exotic damage is anything that scales on the exotic particles generator skill. But what is like I mean, like energy damage, then you got like kinetic.
Says, anyone who is space poor in STO would benefit from learning exotics, because a F2P exotic build does more DMG than a F2P energy build. Murdoch says, but my Federation has all the goodies and clickies and sucks that she is unjoined.
She needs to join together with another.
Says, energy/kinetic/exotic are your primary sources of DMG.
And of that, exotic is the best? So would exotics be my little fart that my ship does whenever he takes off in the invasive maneuvers? Because he's got that green.
Arcanoloth says, energy and kinetic care about weapon slots, exotic not so much.
Not so much. Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing. Let's see. 85, 85, 200. 85, 85, 200. 85, 200. Yo.
Murdoch says, in space, join symbiote. Bonus skill points. +3 energy weapon training, +3 projectile weapon training, +3 shield restoration, +3 hull restoration, +3 hull regeneration, +7 exotic particle generator, +9 control expertise, +9 drain expertise. Arcanoloth says, all three scale up well. The issue you run into as F2P is that weapon-based builds need those mark upgrades, whereas the only time that comes into PLA for exotics is your secondary deflector. Bridge officer skills do not have a mark level.
30, 45, 30.
Murdoch says, however, playable unjoined trills have one unique thing about them: they can pick superior covered as a trait, which no other race can, not even joined trills. Arcanoloth says, at Murdoch's exactly, see it's not nothing, but compare to a meta list of 10 personal traits, and ask what's better, 7 EPG or another lockbox trait. It's really marginal either way.
So joined or unjoined, just not really an issue that much, right? If joined, you share your body with somebody else. If not joined, well, you're all by yourself talking to no one.
Murdoch says, true, thanks for making me feel better about my unjoined space stuffs.
What if they were one of us? Just an idiot on a bus.
Murdoch says, it is true, that a alien ROM would still be superior for most damage builds including science.
Weird science. Something like a recipe, bits and pieces and
Arcanoloth says, any captain in the game can slot 9 personal traits, so let's assume you have 9 of the best in slot 1s already, and knock those off. The question is, what would your 10th pick be on an alien? That's what you are giving up for a racial. Arcanoloth says, exactly, if we optimize, we arrive at ROM faction alien tac.
I ran some stairs.
Murdoch says, Actually it's 10 now with Captain upgrade, but same difference. Arcanoloth says, right, same diff.
I'm gonna join in and say same diff too. Oh, dude.
Arcanoloth says, everyone gets the upgrade so Alien still has +1.
Guess aliens are superior. No matter what. Mr. Spock, you are with me. Come along, Mr. Spock. We have work to do down
Arcanoloth
here.
says, so ROM faction alien TAC with upgrade has 11 slots.
Dankanasaur. Donkanasaur? Donkanasaur. Laying down suppressing fire. So instead of like using this suppressing fire, he's just gonna lay it down. No suppressing fire for you, young man.
Arcanoloth says, and there are plenty of good personal traits in the game, so more slots are nice to have, but if this sort of thing bothers ye, you already rolled that ROM alien.
I mean, owie. I mean, if you've spent like Zen and a bunch of stuff on this character, I'd keep the character. That's my personal opinion. If you ain't spent nothing, and that character is not even level 65 yet, you know. Kind of like whenever I got rid of my first official main character. I didn't even think about it. I just like, boom, okay, it's over.
Arcanoloth says, I'd always keep characters in a game like Stow that incentivizes else, but that's me. Murdoch says, it's fine, gonna throw you an invite.
And here's the pitch. Out of the park, home run.
Arcanoloth says, I ran out of character ideas long before I ran out of slots, so Dominion are my extras.
Dominion, are you talking about Jim Hadar? Everybody gives Jim Hadar flack on this game. It's so sad. It's like how they really were in Star Trek.
Arcanoloth says, Jem Herder.
Jim Herder. His old what's his name brother from down the road? Jim Herder.
Arcanoloth says, you must construct additional pylons.
Like
Arcanoloth says, emergency dilhaders.
That's right. Well, that's what I use mine for, but I'll use all my other characters for it too, except for my main one, Archer. Joe Nathan Beckett Archer. Theorizing that one can time travel within his own lifetime. I had a fun time yesterday doing this, what do you call it? It's the Tholian TFO that it's something, damn it. If I wasn't fighting and having to do a time thing here, I'd look it up. Transdimensional Tactics or something, I think is the TFO. On Nukara. Akari. But when I was on there, I thought it'd be funny to like just key up the the battle theme music from TOS, the one they use in Amok Time or whatever, and the dun 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 dun. So I started playing it just on my own computer, just personally, but it went over through the channel too, and it timed pretty much perfectly with like Litholian throwing a web on the ground and dragging me over. I thought that's pretty awesome. So I made a clip of it like a dumbass. Aww. Let's go this way. And yeah, that was made me laugh yesterday. I apologize. Is that cricket chirping? Is that a rabbit over
Murdoch
there?
says, just as long as you name the clip dumbass and put it on YouTube.
That's right.
Murdoch says, and it's you getting dragged over and over.
Dragged over. Bent over and dragged along. Get him, security, get him. Run. Oh, I have a run. And frost boots. Frost boots again. Okay, here we go. I still gotta
Murdoch
do
says,
that.
where the hell is transdimensional tactics?
Transformers, robots in disguise. The Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. New Carter Prime, transdimensional tactics. Oh, the city. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, dearie my. Oh, my God. I can make that over there. I can do it. All by myself. Come, Pinky. We're going to plan
Murdoch
for tomorrow
says,
night.
so you did it already?
Well, yeah, yesterday. Whenever it was like everybody's, thing. I did it with, let's see, MC Wolfcat was on at that time. So we joined up and went over there with the other peoples. Come on, party people. Throw your hands in the air.
Murdoch says, I need it. Want to go?
Sure.
All 3 silos are under Allied control. Excellent work.
Whoa, dude!
The Vault Fortress has engaged transporters. Troops
The
inbound.
Vault Fortress has engaged transports. Shh. Damn. I'm gonna have to get some more of those credits. Thanks, jerks. Oh, you're welcome. Look here. Cal says, thanks, jerks. Drake says, question mark. I says, question mark. We're all asking why. I have to say, on this particular one, this person's upset. I can guess why, right? They didn't make it to a Rex to down one and get credit for it or whatever. However, it seemed that there was enough time to get to the city if I was goofing off. Because, you know, of course, I was over there at the park.
Arcanoloth says, I was standing round at all 3 bosses that wave, that went real slow. If people can't keep up with a slow one, they haven't seen a fast one.
Right. Oh, were you on that exact same one here? Were you here? I saw that you logged off, but...
Arcanoloth says, we can talk about this zone needing an overhaul, but we know that won't happen anytime soon, so adapt or die.
That's right. Die. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I could run from one place, like I was on practically the other side of the map.
Murdoch says, I sent you an invite, Arcano.
Arcanoloth wins. I mean, if I can run from one side of the map to the other to in the park, fight off like with a Rex for like.
Arcanoloth says,
however
oh,
long.
we doing Nakara? SEC. Murdoch says,
One moment, please.
okay.
1 moment, please. I need to go take a shit. Okay.
HATE3K says, at Arcanoloth lol good one Arcanoloth. I actually understood it. StarCraft 2 Protoss quote. Arcanoloth says, I'm not the StarCraft guy but Reddit loves that joke.
Yeah.
Murdoch says, gonna switch characters to a new ground build I did then rain beat everyone.
Back to your stations. The Voth have returned.
Why is it not showing me that I'm telling someone something? That doesn't make sense. What is it? Cal certain person's like, don't question mark. 3 spawn and not one of you give the rest of us a chance to kill the freaking thing every time I do this. I never get it done. Have respect for others out there. Moo. Accept.
HATE3K says, at Arcanoloth I bet no doubt. I to want make commands for my streams from StarCraft. HATE3K says, Zeratol says some nice things. HATE3K says, in-game.
Is it gonna start or? Is it just? Hello, Hate 3K. Okay.
Arcanoloth says, Tifo loading.
There we go. Okay. Didn't know what was going on there. I kind of got stuck and worried at the same time. Oh boy. Opa! Hello. Hello everybody, how do you doing? I go to here, I go in here, I try to find my wallet. Next thing I know, I get hit by a car. It's time to go. Nobody around to rest. I lead the way. I look at this person here, I jump, this are here, I go up here, and then I go around the corner, and I get up here. Someone went to do acid. You must die. It's the DJ trying to play his best stuff up here, but we killed him. We killed him. Please welcome our new guests, the Tholians. They're going to sing one of their best songs of the record from the Beatles. Tholian, 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 Leon, Tholian. Leon, though. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego when you need her? One of my biggest problems, I never can find an enemy when I'm here. Ah, there we go. To everything, turn. Oh yeah? Well, huzzah! I knocked him down out of his body. Did you see that? Okay. He vanished. Did you see that? I did a good move there. I did a good move. Okay, everybody, get behind me. I go to the door again. We try again. Is there somebody in there to shoot at? Okay. Hello. Uh-oh. The water's rising. Everybody get out of the pool. Dun, 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 dun. Kerthunk?
Arcanoloth says, spicy water.
The spice. That's what they're talking about of Dune all the time. It's this green snot water. Green snot water is good for the stomach. It helps digest all those old fatty salts, too.
Murdoch says, let's do a space tifo. I will invite.
You will invite. Well, you don't want it with this one, that's for damn sure.
Arcanoloth says, if you walk without rhythm, you won't attract the worm. HATE3K says, they need remove that optional for TT.
For TT?
HATE3K says, it always fails and end up getting less reward payout.
Oh, the rising of the water thing?
Murdoch says, I enjoyed Dune, looking forward to sequel.
I have not watched it
Murdoch says, sequel.
yet. Sequel? Do you sequel? The only two versions of Dune I've ever seen, which I've not read the books. I'm not much on reading. As you can tell, I can't read it all. If I accept this and we go into space, you do realize I'm not going to stand a chance, right? Because this is the O'Neill character. He's one of my grounders.
Arcanoloth says, Dune and Foundation were two major SF novels of my youth. Seeing both of them adapted this year is fun.
Well,
Murdoch says, it's fine.
It's fine, mister.
Murdoch
I
says,
watched the one.
I like watching you die over and over.
It is fun. I really enjoyed myself. Of course, it all just goes to
Arcanoloth
black.
says, I don't mind carrying on advanced. It's fine.
It's fine. You sit back and relax then. But I watched the one with that Kyle McCallahan, whatever his name is. The old one that they had way back in the day. Then they had that mini series on the Sci-Fi Channel back in the I think
Arcanoloth
90s
says,
or early 2000s.
SEC Lemmy Tune.
I made tone here. I want to tone up over here. I want to find a good ship for O'Neill, kind of like one would be from Stargate, you know, like one of those looks. Eventually, not like right now, but you know, that's the long time goal of this O'Neill character, is to get something like the Prometheus or the Daedalus or whatever from Stargate SG-1 or Stargate whatever, you know, something.
Arcanoloth says, APU Cruiser looks like a Haytalk, and is cheap.
That could probably work then. Hatak. Hatak, the killer tomatoes.
Arcanoloth says, can't think of anything in Stowe that looks like human ships.
There's one thing that looks, it's got like a crescent moon shape to it and long down the center. I don't know if that's like something that looks similar or not, but yeah. They need to just go ahead and come out with like a battleship or a submarine from the water that's been converted into a ship that could be out there in Starfleet, like a long turd or something. I don't know. Just fantasy. Make it a Q ship. You know, like Q created this monstrosity, and it looks just like a aircraft carrier or something.
Arcanoloth says, the Lookery Scout? It's a frisbee, and a great platform for exotics.
It's something like that, I guess. It looks like
Murdoch
an
says,
anchor.
You like dem long turns, don't ye?
I like them long turns, yeah, I do. They're really good. Yeah, it looks kind of like, I guess you would think of an anchor on a ship. You know, that long in the center and then just waves out kind of thing. For some reason, that reminds me of something that could be in SG-1.
Yay! I did it. I did that all by myself. You can too if you play the game.
Gravy.
Murdoch says, I have the Scout, gonna do a build on it eventually but not sure what character to use yet.
Oh, can it be for any character, not exactly one at a time or something? Never gonna turn around and hurt you.
Murdoch says, I keep having to reload the Twitch player ever so often.
Oh. I'm sorry. Which character are you going to use it for? Just any one of them? Is it like universal? To where it doesn't matter? Or, yeah, like can you, like, is it unlocked for every character? Never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye. Gravy! Yawning. Always brings out my inner Tourette's.
Murdoch says, it's still in a box. No, it's not for every character.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay. So whoever opens the box gets to have Pandora. I got you. I got you right there.
Murdoch says, I think it's from a T5 box maybe. Arcanoloth says, Lookery Scout is Fleet T6, so more affordable than some stuff in this game, and there is the T5 Lookery ship if you are flat broke.
Well, my character's gonna be flat broke pretty soon. That's for damn sure.
Arcanoloth says, anything with a secondary deflector slot can be used for exotics. Those are just the platforms that get recommended.
This text-to-speech just sucks ass, doesn't it? Yeah, Microsoft Sam used to speak a hell of a lot better than these days. RB and the Chief for the win, yo. RB and the Chief. It's RB and the Chief.
Arctic Knight says, yo yo yo, what did I miss?
Nothing really. I mean, it's just me playing. So you don't miss much. You've missed a conversation with Murdoch about him getting his computer up and running eventually again. Exotic dancers or something. Oh, no, weapons. Ooh, there's one right there. I'm trying to get as much energy. Okay. I need to add up all of these characters
says,
into
exotic
5
dancers,
million.
yes. Come to my bridge for more info.
Gonna put
Arcanoloth
a
says,
poster up.
okay, righty for team.
Radio? Radio, good mate. Radio there. Radio.
Arctic Knight says, I think I found a new game you may like, and one for Murdochs.
Really? A new game. What's it called?
Arctic Knight says, Avorion for you, it's on Steam.
Avorion. What is Avorion? Is it space or something, or?
We have got to get this show on the road.
I keep clicking back on the same one like a moron. It's gonna change, I know it will. It's almost like looking in a refrigerator going, I know there's food in there.
Arcanaloth says, I need someone to sing I need a new game to the tune of that 80s hit, I need a new drug. Arctic
Need a
Knight
new
says,
game?
and for Murdochs, she will punish them. Arcanaloth says, neatly describes the pandemic blues.
I need a new drug. I don't know the lyrics to that. I don't even know who sings it.
Murdoch
maybe
says,
I do, but I don't.
own it. Were you watching Low Life Cat earlier? Arctic Knight says, yes.
You can be brothers. You were watching something together. We were sitting in the same seat. I saw you and I wave. You not see me back.
Arcanoloth says, https://www.youtube.com/watch, v equals n6 Umotza.
If I
Arcanoloth
click
says,
on that,
Huey Lewis in the news.
Huey Lewis. Okay,
Murdoch
cool.
says, you build a ship and use it to mine and stuffs.
You build a ship and use it to mine and stuffs, like space engineers. Let's just look it up. I'm not gonna play it because if I did, I'd get copyright strike again by YouTube. Let's see. I want a new drug official music video. One that won't make me sick. One that won't make me crash my car. I feel like feel 3 foot thick. I want a new drug. One that won't hurt my head. One that won't make my mouth too dry or make my eyes too red. Huey Lewis and the news.
Arctic Knight says, I added it to my wish list.
Wish list? At what point do you wait until a game goes down so much that you will buy off of Steam? I'm just asking, like, just to be asking, because I know my answer, but I just wonder about y'all. Like, will you say, okay, well, this is low enough, or will you say, well, I can probably hold out until, you know, it gets cheaper or something? Or whenever someone
Murdoch
jumps out at
says,
you and
I
says,
admit
hello.
that I pre-purchased the new Battlefield. Used to play it back in the day. It's gonna go early release in about 4.5 hours. Arcanoloth says, Avorion looks interesting.
Avorion. So there's a chance I have heard the song. I just hadn't needed a refresher in my head, but I don't want to play it because I'll get YouTube copyright or Twitch or something. It's like, don't be using other people's material. It's not right.
Murdoch says, it's an okay game. I always got bored playing it though, but maybe it's better after updates.
Admiralty wins. How far did that get him up there?
Arcanoloth says, oh yeah, don't take the hit for Twitch until they work out their beef with the copyright mafia.
The copyright mafia.
Arcanoloth says, when parents fight it's always the kids that suffer. Murdoch says, there was a network error. Please try again. Error number 2000.
Number 2000. Loading. Network error. On the game or a browser Twitch? Deposit all. I need to make that number 5. Energy credits number 5.
Murdoch says, what causes the 2000 network error? If the error can't be blamed on Twitch servers, then it has to be something with your browser setup. One of the most common causes of the problem has to be the sheer abundance of browsing cookies on your computer. Deleting them all should solve the problem.
You shouldn't even have that many on there if you just freshly installed though, that right? What a crock of beep.
Arcanoloth says, haha. Murdoch says, I know, makes no sense.
Yeah, delete all the only 2 browser cookies you have on your computer right now. Those millions that you've accumulated over the past less than few hour day. That's something else. Jim Hadar Kirak. Yim. His name is Yim Hadar.
Arcanoloth says, oh Lordy O'Neill out here running the Officer Academy collecting cadets.
Cadets. Now he's Jim Hadar Kirak, one of the brave Jim Hadar from the Dominion. He admires Karak. If only these tunes could talk. Oh. What would they say? Would it be like Wreck-It Ralph, you think? I need to make some energy credits for reals, yo. Ooh. I'm gonna discard a lot of stuff. Because guess how much I'm needing to get in order to get something for one of my characters.
Arcanoloth says,
Yeah.
shout if you need a team for Gonkra.
Gon' cry you a river, gon' cry you a night. Gon' cry, gonna cry. Probably go to Corpse and get more for a lot of this, but I'm not gonna worry about it.
Not gonna worry about it. Not
Arcanoloth
gonna
says,
worry.
hold control to skip confirm on discard.
Hold control to skip confirm. Okay. Neat. So you're awesome. You're like my personal knowledge base for this game, man. That's so awesome. I probably wouldn't know that if I read. But like I said, I can't read or write. You ain't right. It's time for Animaniacs. Zany to the max. So just sit back and relax. You'll laugh till you collapse. We're Animaniacs. Come join the Warner Brothers and the Warner sister Dot.
Arctic Knight says, wonder if he is drooling yet?
Who's drooling? That was Tetrion. Get rid of that. To get rid of that. I had to do it that way. Weird. Okay.
Murdoch says, why can't I queue up a random?
Are you in charge? Like of the group? I'm not. So it's not me on this one.
Murdoch says, yet.
That's weird. Lex throwing knives. Am I getting rid of those for no reason? Ah.
Replicator. Recycle, retrieve.
Makeshift polar arm. Yeah,
Murdoch
we'll get rid of
says,
that.
I had to leave group.
You had to leave it and then come back? So if you've left the group, we've all
Murdoch
left?
says, in private.
In private? Private. In private. You had to leave group in private.
Murdoch says, did you get random? Murdoch says, no. Murdoch says, did you accept?
It keeps jumping out of random. Weird. Huh. It's weird. I swear this game is possessed. They did an update today, and apparently they're going to have to do one again tomorrow. According to the launcher there,
Murdoch
Bonnie.
says, okay, declined it then.
Declined it. Confused.
I'm not wearing any pants.
Wacko Warner.
Because I'm not wearing any pants.
The invasion of Kronos has begun.
Which ones are y'all?
Murdoch says, WTF?
I'm confused.
Murdoch says, another clusterfuck. Arcanoloth says, never popped on my end.
What the hell?
Arcanoloth says, random queue attempts to fill teams, sometimes breaks up existing teams to do so.
My goodness. I had warp factor this. So if I left this, would it be like a bad thing?
Murdoch says, okay, let's do a random Aracano while he is doing that.
My left shield, right shield's failing.
Arcanoloth says, if you left you'd eat a lever penalty on that character yet.
And is that bad? Will I be disowned or something? Warp core critical. Kaboom!
Arcanoloth says, sometimes I eat that if I have things to do on other characters, which is always.
Well, what would happen if you're like, if the internet cut out on you and you were doing this? I mean, what would that still be a penalty? If it's not your fault, it's just your internet dies?
Arcanoloth says, 30 mins timeout from queues, but you can still do zones and missions and patrols, and it's per char.
Huh.
Arcanoloth says, if the network cuts out and you get back in right away, you'll load back in. Murdoch says, because you kept changing characters I couldn't remove you from the private tab. I think you need to remove yourself from private tab before switching characters.
Private tab?
Arcanoloth says, if the game fills the empty slot with another player from random queue, then you lose your slot and eat the penalty.
Private queue. The USS Fleabag. We're gonna need that because we're gonna need to get money from it.
Murdoch says, yeah, it's stupid that you can be on a team but the private tab shows all invites. Such a screwy system.
It's called Star Trek Online. Target shields have failed. Target shields have failed.
Arcanoloth says, still testing offline.
Testing offline. STO. That's awesome. Man, one day I've got to keep one of those ships. I've like sold 3 of them on the exchange throughout my whole time playing. But everyone seems to enjoy having one. I see them everywhere.
The starbase is secure.
The starbase is how you say secure. Yes. Yes. The starbase is secure. The starbase is secure.
The troop transports have entered orbit.
No, you've entered orbit.
You've entered orbit, Marty.
Hello there, Dottie.
The troop transports from the starbase are moving toward the planet.
Oh, it's that one where it's got like multiple things you gotta do. And
Arcanoloth says, I want the new Genesis pack for the consoles. Great for exotics.
New Genesis packs. Where do you get that at? How the hell are you?
Those gateways are emitting intense levels of theta radiation.
Not
Close them.
data radiation. Oh my. I keep clicking close and it's not closing. Okay. Dink dink dink.
HATE3K says, Arcanoloth you Xbox or PC?
XCP. XCP in the house. Dun, 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 dun.
Arcanoloth says, never owned an Xbox.
Shipyard troop transports are beginning their run to the planet.
They running, run to the planet. Running to the planet.
HATE3K says, okay.
Croquet, mallet. Kerblurm.
Arcanoloth says, F in chat for anyone trying to play this game on a gamepad. Some genres are better on gamepad, but STO is not in that category.
F in the chat.
Shipyard troop transports are beginning their run to the planet.
Ooh. The Jihada. Got to get tough, yo Joe.
Shipyard troop transports are beginning their run to the planet.
We let's go through the mustard cloud. Yay. Jim Haddar It's Daffy Duck. It's Duck Bill. See, that's what that is, right? Somebody was a fan of Darkwing Duck. Okay. Darkwing Duck. When there's trouble, you call DW. Darkwing Duck. Let's get dangerous.
Shipyard troop transports are beginning their run to the planet.
Darkwing Duck. Ugh. I don't have anything set up for this character. Everybody always stays on Dyson like a good little soldier. Such a big explosion to do no damage, Jim Hadar.
Shipyard troop transports are beginning their run to the planet.
A run to the planet.
Shipyard's going through the planet, just as we predicted, sir.
Yes. Are you talking about if anybody's playing this game on a gamepad on
Arcanoloth
PC?
says, Cryptic has never given us a ship build that really works out of the box without a trip to the skill trainer at the very minimum, so I don't blame people for not bothering and taking these alts into randoms.
Shipyard troop transports are beginning
Arcanoloth
their
says,
run to the
the
planet.
incentive for fixing an alt is you get to carry the people that didn't bother. Not much of an incentive.
Are you saying that everyone has to always carry me? I'm so sad that I'm gonna keep playing. Radiant.
Herald Dreadnought.
A Herald Dreadnought has just appeared on screen. As the Herald Dreadnought appears, so do the enemies of it. They stalk the prey and try to bite off the ear.
Well, this is the default Jem'Hadar stuff that came with a Jem'Hadar character. I've never needed to really space it much other than the main missions that it's had.
Herald ships are
So that's all it's got
attacking
is
the
its
Starbase.
default setup. I think I gave it one of those upgrades though.
Arcanoloth says, I'm saying most randoms are time gated, so the incentive for engaging with the mechanics is you get the same timer as everyone else.
Like this optional defeat forces within so many times or something like that. I need to build up some energy credits like for real, yo. I need 5 million. For something fun.
Arcanoloth says, yeah, and I'm saying the default setup is the usual jank. Easily fixable, but where is the incentive to care if it's an alt?
That's very true.
Arcanoloth says, just no benefit if I'm in a hurry.
Pew 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 pew. I mean, the skill tree of the Jem'Hadar. It's like essentially maybe where I would have some of it. I could probably retrain it, you know. And again, like you're saying, if I needed to, if I felt like I wanted to.
Arcanoloth says, it just bothers me when games give us a bunch of cool mechanics and then punish anyone that takes the time to engage with those mechanics.
Boy, can you.
Arcanoloth says, skill tree is fine, it's the bridge layout. It's always the bridge layout.
I want a new bridge in this ship, damn it.
Murdoch says, gonna get my Sto macro back then Rainvite.
Reinvite it. Reinvite. Text-to-speech is awesome!
Arcanoloth says, the bug ship has a great bridge for a cannon build, but the default loadout is whatever the heck.
Yeah. If I could devote more time to this game, I'd probably like do a lot better with it. But I'm always in a hurry to do stuff. Ayo, ayo. Ayo, ayo.
Arcanoloth says, if you have one character set up the way you like on space/ground, then just save the binds to a text file, then swap characters and load. Arcanoloth says, no need to remake the binds when it's already there.
Banana.
Yeah.
More. Oh, hello there, Voth Strike Commander, who looks just like General Eknar. Good night. He fell asleep. That big lug. Ow, right in the back. Thanks. Thank you, Steve. Now, where the heck is Alan? Oh my gosh, really? Seriously, game? You did away with one of my guys here. Phil, pet, team, list. Come on back, Alan. Come on back to the light. There you are. He came back to the light list. Carol Ann, he came back. Carol Ann. Hello, Voth. It's the Voth. They have continued to sprout their wings.
Arcanoloth says, can click the button on the UI but it's grayed out at red alert.
Red alert.
Arcanoloth says, didn't know that was a console command but OFC it is.
Gray out the command? Oh. Red alarm.
Arcanoloth says, back in the day, people discovered the commands to open bank and traders anywhere and that got patched.
Oh, that would have been awesome. I've never like played with all the commands in the game. Just a few. Here we are now, entertainers. Activating the emergency transport. The humanoids. Human. Damn it. Okay. Cool beans, yo. Cool beans. Yes. Cool beans.
Arctic Knight says, it was the same with outfits, you could wear anything, KDF or Fed.
Why do I want to say that whenever I started playing this game, the tailor options, I could wear like a Klingon something.
HATE3K says, must have been good time Arcnoloth. When was this?
Because one day, one of my like characters I had like set up a certain way, but then one day whenever I came in, they were wearing like that standard basic shirt or something. And I was like, why are they wearing this shirt? Then I couldn't find any like the clothing options anymore, so I just clothed them however. But that was like years and years ago.
Arcanoloth says, I've been round since F2P so years ago. Arctic Knight says, yet they say they can't do it, because each race had a different skeleton. Arctic Knight says, it was a few years ago, but they fix it.
Each race had a different skeleton. Guess that's why you can have like a Klingon bridge officer or whatever, you know, and they can wear Starfleet uniforms and stuff. You know.
Arctic Knight says, I still have a KDF outfit on my main Fed tune.
Ah, so you got around it somehow, like in kind of like how
HATE3K says, I never heard about it till just now.
like on my Michael Myers character, I have my first officer is a ship instead of a person. So I just leave it there. I'm afraid if I take it off of there, it won't come back. I think it's funny. USS Haddonfield.
I shot him 6 times. The gun went off 7, but I shot him 6. It was a 6-shooter. A revolver.
What the heck, man? Alan keeps coming up my ass over here. Look at that. Every time I walk, he's just right there at my ass. Won't stay away from me. Just wants to go over there next to my shoulder the whole time. Like he's trying to tell me something that I need to know. What the hell, Alan? Why are you up my ass? It's a staring contest. Yes, what is it, Alan? What is it? You need a hug, Alan? Alan, do you need a hug? There, Alan, there. Freeze! There we are. Come on. There you are. He's just right there the whole damn time. That's funny. He's trying to tell me a secret.
Arctic Knight says, he is just scared. You gave him a red shirt, and we all know what happens to red shirts.
Hold me, Daddy!
Oh, that's a good boy. That's a good boy right there. That's a good boy. Calm down. It'll be okay.
Arcanoloth says, next week, Foundation wraps up its first season, Disco Inferno begins S4, and Wheel of Time kicks off.
The Wheel of Time. So how many episodes has this Foundation had so far? Maybe it's a good time to like binge watch it.
Binge. I'm on the binge, watching as I watch this here. Working on the night.
Arcanoloth says, 10 EPS.
That's not bad, I guess. Has it overall been like worth watching? Like, do you recommend it as a show that's good to get into, or would you recommend like if someone if they had a second season, wait till the second season comes out so you can watch like you know, the first 10 and then boom, you're into the next stuff? Well, if you hadn't seen the 10th episode, I guess we don't know though, because it'll probably have like cliffhangers. Most shows do.
Arcanoloth says, I enjoy it. Visually arresting, Apple is spending money on this.
Oh, Apple's spending money. Oh yeah, they like to spend. They like to make the money. We're gonna do something with this Jim Hadar that I have never done. Here it comes. We're gonna beam up. Beep 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 kick. Because I need to make some energy credits.
Arcanoloth says, love the idea of hyperspace being hazardous to baseline humans. Foundation and Dune both run with that idea.
So they don't use like a hyperspace type faster than light type travel in there, or Foundation. I know like on Dune, wasn't like they couldn't allow the spice to go into like a faster than light travel or anything like that. It's just never gonna turn around and hurt you. Never gonna make you cry.
Arcanoloth says, both franchises use Spacers guilds to traverse hyperspace. Dune Spacers require the Spice Melange to navigate.
The spice.
Arcanoloth says, such a mid-20C idea. Get high and just, like, Warp Spaceman.
Which way do we go, sir? That way over there, man. We're watching the Big Lebowski, man. Wrong button. Wrong button. I don't. Yeah, it's the right button. That's the wrong thing. That's what I got. Love it's what I got.
Arcanoloth says, both franchises also have AI bands in their past, so genetic modification serves many of the roles we use computers for.
Bitty bitty bitty. I love warp speed. Take the engine out. It still keeps going. Guess what
Arcanoloth says, neatly sidesteps the fact that most spec FIC from that era failed to predict the internet and its apps.
Well, they didn't have a Gene Roddenberry.
Make it happen or else I'll kick your ass. Nom, 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 nom.
Arcanoloth says, Trek began in that same era of nuclear SF, but now it's become its own thing. Arcanoloth says, nice to see some space opera.
Opera man, bye bye. Totally didn't have that lined up, right?
Right.
Arcanoloth says, oh you gotta get online then hit it.
Get online and hit it. Bet you can't stick it. Cortana, what the hell? What are you talking about?
Arcanoloth says, interesting to see how far you can get with a bug ship not geared for this.
Right? But it does have speed, though. The, where is it? Right here. It's got sector speed. As a default. Oh, there's a sun in the way there. Okay. Never gonna turn around. 'Cause I need to make 5 million.
Arcanoloth says, 6 is nice to have, but the biggie is using the basic slipstream since the bug ship has no special drive.
Right.
Arcanoloth says, 30 SECS with 2 minutes CD.
I'll be glad if I just clear the beta quadrant. The beta. Beta, beta, beta. Beta. Wum, ba, da, dun, dun, dun. Okay, 17 seconds. How close am I to that? Okay, yeah, that'll work. I'm just gonna try to like follow that same
Arcanoloth
thing.
says, https://stow.fandom.com/wiki/ability_quantum_slipstream_drive.
Slasher.
Arcanoloth says, lots of options. I settled on Miracle Worker because I like the uptime. HATE3K says, that long
Klingons have
cooldown.
built an empire that values strength, honor, and skill in combat. To be Klingon is to be a warrior. Fight well, live with honor,
And
die with a blade in your hand.
HATE3K
If you can do these
says,
things, you will
thankfully
live
there are
forever
ship with really
in the
short
stories of the
cooldown
great
and longer
Klingon
slipstream.
yes. This is the first time Mr. Jim Hadar's ever done this. But dang it, he needs some money. He's whoring himself out to Starfleet.
HATE3K says, yup, Miracle Worker ship. Murdoch says, okay, macro fixed.
Your Mac is fixed. Mac attack. Mac attack. Everybody knows that Mac attack. Mac attack. Mac attack. Everybody loves their Mac attack. Ugh. I would hit it, but I'm going to use it for that. Oh, boy. Here we go. I'm gonna have to decline that one. It's in the middle of doing the transwarping thing. Oh, a ship just went by me really fast. Neat.
HATE3K says, oh, you're doing tour nice, let's see how you do it.
Yeah, with the basic Jim Hadar ship. I'm curious. Plus I need the energy credits. I just need to make maybe like 4 million. 4 to 5 million right now to get something. And my other characters are empty. Because one of them's got it all because of reasons.
HATE3K says, did anyone give you the KDF or Fed SEC space boost or both them?
Not for this character. Okay, turn and head toward that. Fire up that. No, this one's got just the basics, like, I did just update this to one more little notch.
Arcanoloth says, if ya enjoy doing tour, yet if Steph an option.
Space may be the final frontier.
Arcanoloth says, nice break from Dyson Ground.
Yeah.
HATE3K says, what you using for tour BTW?
I'm not really using anything for this character.
HATE3K says, at Arcanoloth I agree with you Dyson yuck.
But, this is just the basic dice, or not Dyson. What the heck? I got Dyson on my right now. The basic build of the Jem'Hadar that you get whenever you just become one. I'm gonna max it out and leave it. This is gonna be it whenever I actually get it all epic. That's my plan for this Jem'Hadar. Why does it have to stop before it gets there? Okay.
Arcanoloth says, I'll do a bit of Dyson Ground on Alts because it's easy to gear for ground, but it gets old. HATE3K says, I had 30 Voth ship Endeavor today. It took forever to complete. HATE3K says, waited for almost an hour in Dyson Battle Zone. Arcanoloth says, that default loadout is cringe.
Cringe-worthy? Are you making fun of my Jem'Hadar? But I've also been cleaning up their inventory. Just a little bit. La-di-da-di-da.
Murdoch says, Scorp you could rename your streams to Cringe 2021 instead of just playing, the kids would like that. HATE3K says, only time I go Dyson is for DOF missions, regular mission, or Endeavor.
Cringe. It wouldn't get me booted off of Twitch, would it? So I know they have this problem with a little word called SIMP or something. It's one of the weird things. I don't know what the hell that has to do with anything, but I'm just not in the know, I guess.
Murdoch says, simp.
Yes, that. I don't know why they have a problem with it. But it's something like in the terms of service or whatever. Or somewhere, I've read it somewhere.
Murdoch says, what is simp?
I have no idea. Simply the best. Better than ours.
Arcanoloth says, the issue with the banned words is they felt it was unfairly targeting a demographic. Okay.
Be like, okay, we agree that you think that. Okay, let's get on with it. You know, kind of situation. We agree that you have a problem.
Arcanoloth says, my understanding is the word described behavior, not a characteristic.
Why my main character makes this so much easier.
Murdoch says, how about Cletus? Her Cletus scared me. Arcanoloth says,
Cletus.
yeah, you should not negatively describe stuff that people cannot change, but I feel very strongly that behavior is fair game.
Oh, Cletus was on the Dukes of Hazzard. I guess we can't talk about beavers either because, you know, they like to build dams. And you can
HATE3K says, just think of this way, Scorp. Today times it just stupidity everywhere. Common sense is out the door. Murdoch says, I was alarmed with the size of her Cletus, it make my Pangus look small.
and
It bothered them.
Arcanoloth says, but take one look at the Twitch staff and you'll understand why they spend a great deal of effort pretending to care about certain issues more than others.
you know, one thing that's always kind of like gotten to me is on here
HATE3K says,
is
exactly Arcanolo.
you know, you can have Twitcher people, streamers that
HATE3K says,
swear.
Aconolith.
You know, they can like swear and have all these bad words, talking all this nasty talk, but in their chat they said no, don't do that. Hypocrites. Hypocritical. Okay, now we're gonna hit this thing here. Punch it.
Arcanoloth says, it's the same issue as the Latinx thing, nobody, 0 people in the Latin community used or liked that term, it was always only a way for certain white people to dunk on other white people. No Latin people used it. HATE3K says, apologies arc alt tabbing is causing issues for me. HATE3K says, was it Arctic or someone else mentioned earlier? Something with C and M thing.
The DCMA copywriting things, can't say certain things or whatever, but people do. I guess it's if you keep the video for viewing later, like the VOD, but if you
Murdoch
do it live.
says, my new stream will be called Simps Welcome.
or a space, simply the best. Better than all the rest. That's where you squeeze its no-no juice down there. Like a beaver. The average time in this one here, I guess. Just doing one quadrant, hey, that's impressive.
Arcanoloth says, a philosopher that was a guest on Bill Maher had a great point about this, how certain people like to think they are ahead of the curve and they have worked out the correct way of thinking and the rest of us are wrong, but it's really the same moral philosophy as a 5-year-old. You are either with us or against us, one error means you are evil. HATE3K says, music is music. You can put price on it.
Music makes the peephole come together. Yeah.
Arcanoloth says, anyway, I don't use the banned words anymore because Tar Heels used them to mean anything and then they mean nothing, so they are no longer useful. HATE3K says, it's just dumb that Twitch will punish your streamers for playing music.
Yeah. Unless it's like a Peru type music or something.
We don't have a lot of time.
Jordy says we don't have a lot of time, everybody.
Arcanoloth says, Twitch does not care about the music thing, it's the copyright mafia that cares and are holding a gun to their head over it.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Wow.
Arcanoloth says, Twitch could solve the music thing in one day by signing a deal, but they don't want to do that because it costs money, so they blame you the streamer that makes their content because that's cheaper. HATE3K says, wonder how bad it will get in the future. Arcanoloth says, it's an argument over who gets paid and the lawyers have to work it out. HATE3K says, our way of life.
Our way of what used to be called life. Now it's all in this bucket, and you can own it for $1.
Enemy ships detected. They're on an intercept course.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Arcanoloth says, just annoying we have to have this exact same dumb argument every single time.
I'm sorry.
The parts are ready. Scan.
Acknowledged. Answer hail.
Parts are ready.
Acknowledged. Answer hail. Acknowledged. Date.
Arcanoloth says, I mean, the Twitch vs Copyright Mafia thing.
Oh. Peril over fake Pavo.
HATE3K says, I watch lot of these older people stream and play games. When they talk about them growing up.
We went uphill both ways.
HATE3K says, I'm like wow, you guys had good life growing up compared to us now. Arcanoloth says, it's the exact same thing, conceptually speaking, as every other new thing the internet made, and then the copyright mafia came in twirling a stick and said it's everything you have here, shame if anything happened to it. Smash.
Picking up
Murdoch says, hi, my name is Sarah, if you anger me I will stuff my cletus down your throat until you choke to death.
Text-to-speech has rights. Want to make banners and stuff and have rallies.
HATE3K says, makes me wish I was born when they were.
Yeah. They had it rough, yo. To hell with the rest of us.
Well, it was 1904. I was underneath my front porch, and this huge guy came down with a shovel. Said, this is my land. That's my horse. Get out of my property. So I crawled out of bed with his wife, and I said,
HATE3K says, how old are you, Scorpwana?
How old do you think I am? Let's do it. Let's do a guess thing. I can even tell you like a little riddle.
Murdoch says, he is 16, so be nice. Arcanoloth says, love me some good counter-protest. Like that one fat white dude with a neckbeard and a smirk at the Netflix protests over Dave Chappelle, holding a sign, singing Black Lives Matter.
Chappelle show.
Arcanoloth says,
show.
now that is quality trolling. HATE3K says, 16 LOL, good one.
Simply the best. At the beginning of every year, all you have to do.
HATE3K says, I'm not good with these kind of stuff.
All you have to do at the beginning of each year is take the year we are in, split it in half, stack them on top of one another, and add them together. You have two numbers. Split the 4 digits in half. Place 2 of the digits on top of another, and add them together. That's how old I am at the beginning of every year.
Just taking the year we're in. I'm a family guy, but oh, seems today all you see violence in movies and sex on TV. But good old-fashioned values which we used to rely. Luckily, there's a Family Guy. Luckily there's a man who positively can do all the things that make us laugh and cry. Take the year that we are in. Split it in half between the 4 characters. 4 numbers. Place 2 of those numbers on top of the other 2. Then add them together. It's time for Animaniacs. My craziness. And then throughout the year I have a birthday, and then that makes me 1 year older than that. So there you go. Simply the best. Teardrop on the fire. If you give up, just tell me and I will tell you. I like to see if anyone can figure out my little stupid riddle rhyme thing. I explain things wrong, and it's fun that way. Go team. Hello there, Jim Haddad, Daffy Duck. It's a duckbill. That's what it is. Yamhade.
Satellite upgrades are now
Acknowledged, Luke Gary.
Murdoch says, I will guess 30.
No. Take the year that we are in. 2021. Split those numbers in half. 2021. Place
Murdoch says, you are 12.
and a half. No. Upgrade satellite. Place the 20 on top of the 21. That is how old I was at the beginning of this year. 20 plus 21. Yay! I'm different.
Murdoch says, 41.
I was 41 at the beginning of this year. I had a birthday already, so therefore I'm 42. That's just a
Arcanoloth says, hooray maths.
Picking up the enemy flagships. Hang on up
Murdoch
there.
says, 42.
42, that's right, 42. My birthday is around William Shatner's birthday. In the same month as William Shatner. A few days off from his, actually.
Murdoch says, I have you beat. Can you guess my age?
46.
Arcanoloth says, party POL?
750,000. Turd Ferguson. 45.
Arcanoloth says,
43.
and that kids is why you don't trust a fart.
And that, kids, is why you don't trust a fight. Making me think of Peter Griffin throwing his ass in Meg's face and farting.
Murdoch says, I was born the year the Vietnam War ended.
Oh.
So that makes you
Like 48? 49? Accolade complete. Abducted.
Murdoch says, so I'm 45 and born in 75.
aha.
Touche, salesman. Two years before Elvis's quote-unquote death in Star Wars. You were born before Star Wars. Cool.
Arctic Knight says, damn I feel old.
Well, I feel old. I mean, age may not be the old, but I feel it. Back in my day.
Murdoch says, wait, I'm so old I didn't even realize I'm 46. HATE3K says, I think I finally figured out why I don't have the sword on your channel score. Is it because I'm a kid? Murdoch says,
no.
Well, my BD is November 18. Murdoch says, so in a few days.
So in a few days you will be 46. Now the sword is moderator. Mod. Like a defense type icon. You're a kid and you hate 3,000? Why? Why do you hate 3,000? Meanwhile, target shields have failed.
Arctic Knight says, because we are silly old people. HATE3K says, mod cool.
Yes. Moderator of the channel. The ability to ban people, silence people, delete their messages, that sort of thing.
Arctic Knight says, we need a sword as a cane. HATE3K says, LOL.
Damn. I wonder how many back in the day that was for, you know? You know, sir, your sword tip is dull.
HATE3K says, sorry what?
What? Just imagine back in King Arthur's days or whatever like that, using his sword. It says, sir, would you like me to sharpen you? No!
It grips the ground a lot better this way.
Hence, I guess, why they came out with the walking stick / broom with a sword.
We did it! Enemy fleets have disengaged.
Finally! Let's get fleet. Because one day we're going to want that fleet. Ow, he hit me in the ass. Okay. Alright, let me shove this into the bank. There it is. Mm-hmm.
Murdoch says, that was fun.
It was fun killing the enemy. I like killing the enemy. Oh my gosh, why does it take so long to load up a tiny little shuttle? Now loading. Please pack all your things to the side and rest over here. We will be loading for 3 hours. Meanwhile, oi oi oi. I'm eager to watch Dexter Season 9, Episode 1. Michael C. Hall has returned as Dexter.
Draw that. 2854. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll do that later. Okay. On to Ushanka. Surprise, everybody! It's all Archer
Murdoch
needs.
says, I will say that enjoyed watching all the Zack Snyder superhero shows. Murdoch says, I like the dark style of its. HATE3K says, I still remember being one of the first one when you started streaming on Twitch.
Yes. The first ones. And I've continued to do that.
Arctic Knight says, I was born the same year the original Star Trek series started.
Wow.
HATE3K says, I like the dark one over the original one. Murdochsk.
Same year the original Star Trek series started. Wow. That's what was that? 66, 7? If I'm remembering it correctly. Never cry when old yellow died. It's a 3-year mission to explore strange new worlds. What does Ushanka have? Because I pulled all the resources from her earlier as well. Indeed.
Back to your stations. The VODs have returned.
Please return to your television stations. No, one day I had somebody abusing the text-to-speech, so I needed to mod up just in case anybody ever really wanted to do anything.
Arctic Knight says, fun fact, Star Trek first episode was in Canada on CTV, 2 days later on NBC, and it was 66.
Ah. Talking about the first official canon, like a pilot episode with that Shatner was not in, or the second or third pilot. They wanted to make sure that the show was going to be right, and it was not. Until Shatner.
HATE3K says, wow Arc Knight, you're like the oldest one. HATE3K says, here.
That's not too old. Nah, you're good. You're only in your 50s. That's like still childhood these days. I mean, if an old man could get it.
Star Trek, the original series, referred to as Star Trek prior to any spin-offs, is the first Star Trek series. The first episode of the show aired on September 6, 1966 on CTV in Canada, followed by a September 8, 1966 airing on NBC in America. The show was created by Gene Roddenberry as a wagon train to the stars.
Why in the world did the text-to-speech change the the order in which that was said? Wagon train ho! Wagons ho! Oh my! Little warthog, my tag over here. No.
Murdoch says, anyone know why I keep getting there was a network error? Please try again. Error number 2000, and have to click to reload player? Murdoch says, annoying me.
The only time that I would ever get a network error message whenever I was watching Twitch is when my network could not keep up with Twitch. That was back when I had DSL and the internet really sucked for me.
Jedi_library says, I would also add that when it was cancelled that should have been the end of it. It then proceeded to make the biggest comeback in entertainment history. It's still going strong in 2021 after 55 years. HATE3K says, no clue dude. I kept getting those from time to time as well.
Congratulations, General. Congratulations, General.
Getting them now? Here?
HATE3K says, never did figure out why.
Never gonna figure out why. I would only ever get that if, whenever my network was going wonky. But Streamlabs says I've only had like 925 drop frames in 2 hours and 36 minutes. That's not bad at all. It's a drop rate of 0.3.
Arctic Knight says, Star Trek's pilot episode, The Cage, was completed between November 1964 and January 1965, and starred Jeffrey Hunter as Captain Christopher Pike, Majel Barrett as Number 1, and Leonard Nimoy as Spock. HATE3K says, I still get M now and then.
Have you got them while watching right now? Like the course at which you've been here watching?
Murdoch says, you know what pisses me off? Spectrum increased my internet. I was getting 33 upload, now it's 21 to 24. They told me I'm only supposed to get 20, but the woman on the phone that made the deal with me over the phone clearly said I would get 30 upload and I was getting 33. Jedi_library says, haha yes. Murdoch says, they are just liars and like fisting your butthole. HATE3K says, at Murdoch's yup.
Rubber feast in a noose. Oh, Murdoch's, I created an emote that Twitch did not allow. They didn't like the cow's anus. Yeah, it was a body part.
Murdoch says, but I'm getting 450 downloads, so don't think that is the reason.
Nah. It is the internet. Of course, I guess I shouldn't have named it Cow's Anus. Maybe that's why.
Murdoch says, I'm literally losing connection to Ustream every minute. HATE3K says, did it all start after the merger with another company? Arcanoloth says, wow, so everyone else can make an emote eating ass but you make a cow's anus and no. Murdoch says, I'm gonna check out another stream to see if it's happening there.
Okay.
Arcanoloth says, that's a bridge too far, sir. HATE3K says, Time Warner, I think it was.
Yeah, the cow's anus is not
Jedi_library says, bridge. I see what you did there.
Yeah, Arcanal quick on the wit.
That's why he's awesome. He's awesome in here.
They locked us in the tower whenever we get caught. But they will break loose and then vamoose, and now you know the plot. The Animaniacs. You should see our new contracts.
Jedi_library says, you'll flood the whole compartment.
You'll flood the whole compartment.
Says, what is Captain Kirk worth? William Shatner net worth $100 million, date of birth, March 22, 1931, 90 years old, gender, male, height, 5 feet 9 in, 1.77 m, profession, actor, musician, novelist, spokesperson, film director, television producer, voice actor, screenwriter, television director, singer.
And astronaut. Let's not forget he's an astronaut.
Jedi_library says, he does it all. Absolute legend.
He does it all.
Murdoch says,
Everything.
and poop pusher. Jedi_library says, Twilight Zone EPS 2.
I think we're going into the Twilight Zone. Oh, they stole my stuff. You get big here. I haven't done anything to change how the stream is networked out. It's still the same click and punch in the gut that's been since I started this whole thingy thing here. This whole endeavor. Let me get somewhere safe where I can do this correctly. Hurry! Command center. Hello there, command center. Yes, Commander Arnold, where are you? Okay, discard that. Discard that. Discard that, little baby.
Jedi_library says, Bond. James Bond.
James Bond Jr. was a cartoon. Bond. James Bond. Bond, is that you? No, it's not me. I don't live here anymore. Discard, discard, discard everything.
Murdoch says, I turned off hardware acceleration and turned off Google Sync with Chrome. Jedi_library says, you were the chosen one. Why does it smell like barbecue?
You were the chosen
Arcanoloth
one.
says, enjoyed No Time to Die. After Spectre my expectations were zero. HATE3K says, BTW Scorpio got some bots in your channel.
Oh?
Arctic Knight says, Captain Willard Decker, Stephen Collins, in Star Trek, the motion picture, Will Decker was captain of the retrofitted Starship Enterprise when Admiral Kirk demoted him to first officer and took command on the mission to intercept VGER. Murdoch says, there is a new James Bond at the movies. Arctic Knight
It's
says,
supposed to have what's his
Decker
face in
got
it.
screwed, didn't get a serious.
That's right. We'll remember Decker. Yeah, they pretty much just said, oh well, you know, he's not captain anymore, he's nowhere to be found. He's off there with his woman there doing whatever they're doing, and we're gone, you know. Hey, let's steal the ship and let's go over here to the Kana, you know. Engineering of sort. Phaser stun. Discard that. Discard that. Discard that. Discard. Can't discard that. Can't get rid of that either. Don't want to get rid of that yet.
Arcanoloth says, the motion picture came out of pre-prod on Phase 2, a proposed Trek series for a new TV network that fell through. Arctic Knight says, it's like Kirk tossed him out of a airlock.
Well, they did, you know, leave Space Dock without a bunch of stuff, and it was always going to be installed on Tuesday.
Arcanoloth says, a lot of the new characters were set up to be ongoing stories for the series, which didn't have Nimoy locked in, so they had a new Vulcan.
You're out of your Vulcan
Arcanoloth
mind.
says, when it became a film, Nimoy came back and it was modified.
You're out of your Vulcan mind, Spock. It's the warp factor of that one. Nickel Fritz.
Arcanoloth says, you can see the Decker/Ilia story reworked for TNG as Riker and Troy. Murdoch says, I will switch to a KDF to run a TFOP.
So, you said you turned off your hardware acceleration and some sort of synced to Chrome? Is that helping?
Jedi_library says, I tell you who doesn't get enough love is Carl Urban. He's Bones without doing an impression of DeForest Kelly. Murdoch says, maybe.
Maybe.
Arcano
Maybe I
Loath
did,
says,
maybe I didn't. Who
a
knows?
lot of this stuff is from Roddenberry's personal experiences placing his many careers as a pilot, LA cop, and writer-producer ahead of his personal relationships.
Rod Janenberry. His wife hung in there a pretty good while in Star Trek.
HATE3K says, is that the guy from Litter and horrible remake of Judge Dredd movie?
Horrible remake of Judge Dredd. The Lord of the Rings?
Jedi_library says, thankfully he didn't live long enough to see Nemesis.
Ew.
Jedi_library says, Dredd was really good. Arcano Loath says, Carl Urban's Dredd was solid. Nailed it just like the comics.
Carl Urban. He was also in the Doom movie, right? It's the Doom guy.
Jedi_library says, and the boys. Arcano Loath says, anyone wants to see Urban flex, watch the boys. Jedi_library says, he's good in everything.
He's a British actor. They're always good. I mean, look at Christian Bale. He goes right into that character, and he lets everybody know.
Jedi_library says, New Zealand.
Ah, my bad.
Listen up.
Listen up here, you ever, you son of a bitches. This is how it's gonna be.
HATE3K says, I like the guy but the Dredd remake movies were lame, the original one was solid and good.
Sylvester Stallone, huh? You like Stallone?
HATE3K says, we at who was in the original one agent?
Here they come.
They're coming.
HATE3K says, lousy memory.
Sylvester Stallone.
Arcano Loath says, the slide Dredd was very Hollywood. We don't understand this material, so let's make it cheese.
It was Stallone. Like a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie.
Jedi_library says, cheddar cheese?
No, the sky is cheese. We learned in Finch that it's got holes in it. Let's get this show on the road.
Arcano Loath says, the Dredd comics were a deliberate satire of revenge fantasies like Dirty Harry. The judges executing people never solves anything and the war gets worse every day.
And he finds out he's like a clone or something, right? Or been cloned. I like Demolition Man. That was a good Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes movie.
Jedi_library says, go ahead, make my day.
Go ahead, make
Arcano
my day.
Loath
Could you
says,
make it a good one,
but
though?
the problem with satire is people who don't understand it will think it's serious and agree with it, which is why people say satire is dead.
Long live the king.
HATE3K says, satire.
Never knew her.
Jedi_library says, except for The Simpsons.
The Simpsons. Dun, 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 dun. It's really
This
There's a break in incoming warp signatures.
There's a break in
They've
warp
had a short
signatures.
amount of time before more arrive.
More. I better put down a pot of tea.
Reading some heavier ships incoming.
Oh yeah, they're pretty
Even
heavy.
some battle cruisers.
Jedi_library says, how much are you paying the girl doing the reading?
Not enough.
An evacuation ship is launching. Give them cover.
Right shields failing. Target shields have failed.
I don't know, she needs to learn how to speak clearer. Her name's Zira. Z-I-R-A. Don't pack the go.
Cater is taking some fire. Please assist.
I like it when people take fire. Here, take some water with you.
An evacuation ship is launching. Give them cover.
Or give them hell.
Target shields have failed.
What kind of torpedoes is that? Is that Harpang? Sure is. I'm Harpanging their ass. Harpang.
This is Andor. Our shields are taking hits, and we could use an escort.
Andor. You've watched him in Conan the Barbarian, Hercules, Legendary Journeys, and now Andor on Star Trek.
Shields failing. Hull integrity below 75%. Shields failing.
My right shield's failing.
Target shield.
Jedi_library says, or Ender.
Ender. Ender Jones.
Raiders of the Lost Stream.
The Klingons are regrouping again. Get into position to prepare for the next assault.
Arcanoloth says, those torps sound like a busted gear, grinding before it slips and goes loose and flies off somewhere.
Here come the Klingon battleships. Keep fighting.
Harpang.
Murdoch says, I like my KDF and with I played them more. Arcanoloth says, engineer says GD now I will never find that.
Requesting assistance.
Murdoch says, they need work though.
An evacuation ship is launching. Give them cover.
But what if I get cold? I won't have any cover left.
Trying to turn this big sucker around.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
No, it's not. It's just in your head.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Ship is under attack. What do you do? What do you do? You find a new ship, the captain.
Jedi_library says, I want Disney to buy CBS so we can have a Star Wars Star Trek crossover. I mean Q is stronger than any Sith ever.
Yeah.
Arcanoloth says, Stowe Build Workshop is always open, post a question or call for help with content and we will answer.
Arcanoloth, it said on your, like, when you sent me your name on Discord, it said you weren't accepting any friend requests.
Roosevelt is in need of aid.
Roosevelt is in need of aid.
Target shield has failed.
It's the encyclopedia of Star Trek Online.
Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia.
Murdoch says, cringe requests?
Encyclopedia. Pedophile. Michael Caine is not a pedophile.
Arcanoloth says, yeah, I adjusted my settings. I had randos blocked because spam.
When Michael Caine hears the word cringe, he thinks of sausages.
Arcanoloth says, people will just random add you so they can spam.
I don't know if anyone's ever added me, because of course I'm not really like a person that constantly does anything. Yay, we're gonna do everything we can to need everything over here.
HATE3K says, what on Discord? Ditch?
Fleet. We'll go for Fleet. Yeah. Ooh, take.
Arcanoloth says, it's always some sketch Discord server that wants to sell stolen content.
Take that, terraforming.
Arcanoloth says, just being in those when the hammer falls can get your ACCT locked.
Discord or Twitch, I will need it all, yes. You will bring me all of the Autobots. Where was all those takes at? They're all gone. Never gonna turn around and hurt you. Oh, I was talking about Discord.
Arcanoloth says, why people would use a cloud service for illegal activity is beyond me, but I suppose they have to go where the users are. Jedi_library says, I saw Q in the trailer season 2 of Picard.
Excellent work.
Why did Q age?
He's Q. He doesn't
HATE3K says, Scorp, when you done streaming message me on which.
On which? Well, he's Q. I'm thinking like what he'll do is like, you know, see Picard his age, so he'll think, okay, I'll play along, you know, and then like make himself look older type situation.
Jedi_library says, he can have any appearance he wants.
Q, we're here. Q.
Arcanoloth says, Q does whatever he wants whenever and wherever he wants.
He does whoever he wants.
He looks however he wants to look.
Cause he's a Q for sure.
Jedi_library says, haha.
And Pepperidge Farm remembers that. And don't you forget it, Pepperidge Farm. You hear me? Don't you forget it. Come on, load up
Arcanoloth says, this seriously bugs me that people get hung up on stuff that's already been explained. Jedi_library says, John Delancier is perfect as Q.
Have you ever read or listened to the audio books of Q that John Delancey like reads off? It's like the Q books. They're pretty fascinating.
Arcanoloth says, so much cool stuff that we could have, but some exec says no, it will confuse the audience. Murdoch says, what are books?
Books.
Jedi_library says, no, but I should.
Books are pages and things that go boom boom and click click. I love how the view screen is so one-dimensional. Like it's supposed to be.
Jedi_library says, books. I don't know that word.
Scoob. It's book backwards.
I got good news. Rasta Mule is going to come back.
Arcanoloth says, books are what we did back in the days when the internet went down.
Back in my day, we did this thing called reading.
Murdoch says, here is something funny I did the other day. I watched the first 2 movies in Harry Potter LOL. Gonna be hard to finish all 8 but I'm gonna try.
Damn, man.
Jedi_library says, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Murdoch says, my buddy gave me a hard time for watching it. Murdoch says, I looked up the reviews though and they are pretty high. Arcanoloth says, my condolences.
The first 2 movies
Murdoch
of Harry
says,
Potter.
I do like a few of the English actors though.
What was that movie that Daniel Radcliffe was in where he played a dead body?
Arcanoloth says, HP films are okay. Just ignore the fan DOM and enjoy the films.
Not now, lady. Gonna scratch
Murdoch
your ship.
says,
Gonna scratch your ship.
exactly.
Yeah, scratch your ship.
Jedi_library says, Swiss Army man?
Yeah,
Arctic
I think that's
Knight
what it
says,
was.
I surprised there are still books around, after the whole toilet paper shortage.
Yeah, Swiss Army Man, I think that's what it was called. Where he's like a dead body and can do all this stuff or whatever. And I guess comes to life at the end.
Jedi_library says, the TP shortage of 2020. Arcanoloth says, no shortage of toilet paper, just goofy people. Jedi_library says, I remember it well.
It was like it was a year ago. I remember it so clearly.
Arcanoloth says, TP is cheap to make, low profit and takes up a lot of space, so it's not an item that any store wants to stockpile. They order it just in time. Jedi_library says, yes haha. Murdoch says, I remember getting funny looks from people if I bought too much. Arcanoloth says, if people clear out the shelves they order more.
There's a lot of trees out there. I always said if a receipt paper
Murdoch
was
says,
toilet paper.
I once had a 53 trailer of the stuff I delivered to Annapolis. Jedi_library says, toilet paper police were everywhere. Arcanoloth says, there will never be a TP shortage because it's so cheap to make, nobody bothers importing it. You'd lose money. Arcanoloth says, it's just a hassle to ship it, so it's made locally.
Just imagine, trees outside of where you are right now could be used to wipe your ass.
MC Wolfcat 1 says, hey hey.
Hey
Hyper
hey.
Tiger Blood Trail Goof 2 Goof.
Hey hey. How are you? Ah, threw a rock at me again.
Arcanoloth
I got
says,
a ball thrown
and
at
in
me.
a world where trucks are in short supply, the company will ship the higher margin item first, so the TP gets delayed.
It's like that
Arcanoloth says,
money shortage.
but there is no shortage of TP, just a logistics issue getting everything where it needs to be. Jedi_library says, I'm pretty sure this is the funniest Twitch stream I've been on in a while.
Oh, because it's a discussion of toilet paper? You never know what we're going to talk about.
Jedi_library says, probably.
Probably.
Murdoch says, I hope Spectrum goes out of business.
You can make sure of it. Just get out there and shoot down everything they own.
Arcanoloth says, to Nimbus to deal with the rock throwers while we talk about a swipes.
That's right. To Nimbus with you, and your little dog too, Dorothy. 50. Not
Jedi
bad.
underscore library says, swipes.
Swipes. Better than going to Ferenginar.
Arcanoloth says, I'd offer to help with Gonkra, but I can't shoot M for ye.
Yar, ye ain't got to be shooting them fire me, yar. I'm gonna make this here for Victoria Thalian. Let's get a good one here. Assign slot. Damn, it's just a regular one.
Arcanoloth says, don't have a nanny build setup ATM, I'd just steal kills.
Yeah, I can do Zenkathi, no problem. Okay, let's go up to the ship.
Jedi underscore library says, who cares? Hot take, Jerry Ryan is the most beautiful Trek woman ever. Arctic Knight says, just throw TP at them, it will distract them.
Toilet paper launchers on Enterprise. 3 minutes. Ahead warp factor 2.
Arcanoloth says, at Jedi underscore library truly the hottest of hot takes, cause she is a babe.
MC Wolfcat, how are you doing this morning?
Arcanoloth says, honorable mention to Famke Janssen, she was in TNG. Jedi underscore library says, totally and still ID. Jedi underscore library says, is.
Best there is, best there was, best there ever will be. Can I do that? Yes, I can. That'll be perfect. Okay. Ah, wrong way. Duh! What did I tell my ship crew about turning? Just turn around. Full stop, turn around. That's not
Murdoch
that hard.
says, Dandidvulgar Nemmer Huing Dandidvulgar.
Dandy Volker? Dandy. That's such a dandy you've got there. Haha! I'm gonna do this again, tour the galaxy, so I can try to get 1 million.
Arcanoloth says, because I'm an 80s kid, I was into Tasha's sister.
Tasha, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna accept, but not go anywhere yet because I'm gonna start this. Available. Let's see. Tour the galaxy. Hail.
Arctic
Accept.
Knight says, you forgot Lori Petty. Jedi underscore library says, I mean Terry Farrell.
That's so
Nuff
petty.
said.
That is so
Murdoch
petty.
says, Tasha has the largest cletus on this side of the Mississippi.
Damn.
HATE3K says, at Arcanoloth the Terminator chick Sarah something.
Sarah Connor.
HATE3K says, right? Arcanoloth says, at Arcanoloth haha yes.
Hamilton.
Arcanoloth says, at Murdoch's that only makes it hotter.
Grr. Overshot it. Linda Hamilton. She's got a twin sister.
HATE3K says, LOL why can't I remember them when I need to?
It happens. Sometimes. Come on, where the heck is this at? Why y'all turn so hard? Just stop and turn, my gosh. Stop it. Stop. And turn. And go.
Jedi underscore library says, in the 24th century nobody cares about looks. Fortunately we're in 21st. Arctic Knight says, and Joan Collins, you can't deny her. Jedi_library says, for sure.
Betty White.
Jedi_library says, Marina Sirtis early on in TNG.
Maria Sirtis now.
Arcanoloth says, I heard Chase Masterson was a bit part on DS9 at first, but Avery Brooks called her back for every EP he directed because he was trying to holla at her.
Holla back, girl. She wasn't his holla back girl. Boingy, 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 boingy.
HATE3K says, at Jedi_library you guys see here in SG1 OMG I didn't recognize her until I rewatched the episodes multiple times. Jedi_library says, I mean she's in every major franchise but Zoe Saldana is a babe. HATE3K says, I'm like OMG no way that's her.
And you're like, yes, wait, Chad.
HATE3K says, then googled, and turns out it was here.
No way. Yes, way, Chad. Am I going the right way? I don't know anymore.
Arctic Knight says, and you can't deny Jolene Blaylock.
T'Pol.
Jedi_library says, hell no she's beautiful. Arctic Knight says, those shower scenes.
And Alfred Hitchcock.
HATE3K says, at Arctic Knight Ipu.
Ipu. I like Ipu. It's good. It's good for you. Ipu.
HATE3K says, at Arctic Knight wait what shower scenes?
They're like, yeah, wait, what?
Jedi_library says, sex in Star Trek? What the fuck? Arcanoloth says, people forget Blaylock because ent, but yeah they did that early 2000s thing where everything has to be extreme with energy drinks and naked women everywhere. Jedi_library says, I didn't forget her.
I just forgot about her.
Arcanoloth says, I grew up on TNG making subtle jokes about Riker and the holodeck and then we move on, so it was a shock to my system.
Boink.
Arctic Knight says, when they got contaminated, they had to use the shower room.
Oh yeah, those with Trip, right? And I remember that.
Arcanoloth says, the Deccan gel yet. Jedi_library says, hey at least people actually have sex in Star Trek. In Star Wars everybody is sexless. Arcanoloth says, because we have sonic showers. but I'm gonna need ya to rub this gel all over your battle buddy as a partner exercise. Doctor's orders.
With
HATE3K
Unchained Melody
says,
in the background.
at Arctic Night I didn't think of it like hey. HATE3K says, that. Arcanoloth says, this from the doctor that is polygamous and that's canon. Jedi_library says, showers in Sonic. Arctic Knight says, only slugs had sex. HATE3K says, I thought it was similar to Lake in B5. HATE3K says, Sonic showers.
Sonic
Jedi_library says, well Leia did kiss Luke before you know.
For luck. For luck, Luke, for luck.
Jedi_library says, yes.
And he was like, can I lay it with you? I think we scared off MC Wolfcat one. All this talk of stuff. I'm just here. That's what I am.
Jedi_library says, you're moderating.
That's right.
Arcanoloth says, Luke and Leia, that's one some people would like to forget. HATE3K says, I'll vote.
Damn it.
Arcanoloth says, Lucas clarified that Jedi are not celibate, they just don't get married.
They just have bastards. You're a bastard and you're a bastard. We're all bastards. Kaboom!
Arcanoloth says, imagine hooking up with a Jedi, and asking if you'll see them later, and they say may the Force be with you because I won't.
Panty raid?
Jedi_library says, and they can move fruit across the table with the Force.
Okay, we're at Defira, so back off of Defira. That is where the Defira is. God, stop and go, my God. Okay, here we are. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Zafira continues.
Jedi_library says, if you can't joke about your favorite franchises, what can you do?
Joke about other people's favorite franchises.
Arcanoloth says, certainly a great time to be a fan of fantasy media.
Living in a fantasy without meaning.
Murdoch says, it was the damn ad blocker causing issue.
That's weird. Were you having the issue before you installed the ad blocker?
Jedi_library says, Fantasy media. Porn.
Prawn. With a P-R-O-N. Can be yours if the price is right.
Murdoch says, it was ad blocker.
I guess the way it blocks ads, it just blocks your whole internet connection. Well, if you don't use the internet, you won't have to have a blocking.
Murdoch says, I added the DuckDuckGo extension to see if it will stop the ads.
Oh my gosh, not
Arcanoloth
DuckDuckGo.
says, at Jedi_library I wasn't going there, but if that's your thing. Yeah, there are parodies for every franchise.
Isn't DuckDuckGo like
Captain to Enterprise. Before I put you on the brig, there's a little something I owe you.
Damn it, Jim, what the hell is the matter with you?
Consider that an order.
Did you enjoy it, Captain?
Believe me, Mr. Spock, it was painful. In more ways than one.
Says,
fascinating.
The TNG
Pure
program
energy.
has more thought put into
Pure
it than
thought.
some Trek episodes.
Totally incorporeal.
Jedi
Not life as we know it at all.
says, damn it, Jim.
He said more thought, and so did Spock. I know, I'm stupid. But I'm stupid in a good way. Nope, turn. This one might be falling short. I didn't have everything set correctly. And I missed my turn at Albuquerque. Never gonna turn around. Completely missed it. Overpowering steer. Stop and turn. Gonna have to teach these people how to steer a ship. Goodness gracious. Sinuses.
Murdoch says, okay, one more TFO then I'm gonna watch a show.
That rhymes. One more TFO, then I'm watching a show. It's me, la la. Damn. Had too many problems whenever I was doing this. When I started it.
Murdoch says, how has work been, Scorp? Arcanoloth says, y'all NWAS don't even drink skooma.
I was off today. Work has been suck, as all retail is. Nothing but sucks. Okay. I'm going to go to a small shuttle to drop off this into my bank account. Why does it get so slow loading a little guy like that? Tell me why. Why? Why, mister? Run! Run, you little bastard. Okay. Okay. See, continue that, exit that, get out of the ship. Okay, now I need to do a Zinkethi something. So what's a Zinkethi something? A TFO Zinkethi something. Or either the Zinkethi somewhere. TFO. So Murdoch picks us out a TFO with Zinkethi, and I'll be there. If not, I'll just go find some Zinkethi somewhere.
Arcanoloth says, Gonkrah Zone is the way.
Yes, it is just right there, but I know how much she likes to do the TFOs. I like TFOs too, but I'm kind of in a
Arcanoloth
time
says,
rush.
Gonkra is maybe the only time I use the transwarp menu.
Mm.
Arcanoloth says, just way out there.
Way out there. Way out there. I usually do the K13 and then just transwarp straight up sometimes. You probably do like a story thing, maybe? Get it out there a lot quicker. Maybe this will push me up to that 5 million mark.
Murdoch says, okay, meet you at Gronkra.
Gonkar area. If there's anything left of it, looks like somebody's already been here. Somebody's been here.
They've already been here, sir.
Arcanoloth says, not many missions at that end of the AQ.
Yeah, it's lifeless here.
Take down the Sinkethi ship.
Take down, take down. Huh.
Holy Helga says, PC interface for this game is so much different.
Oh, hello. Holy Helga. How are you? Are you a console gamer? And I don't even have that, bleh. I don't even have it that advanced as many people have theirs set up either. I'll take critical components, yes. No, I would not take that though. Nah, not gonna take that either. Either, neither, neither. Pass,
Holy
pass.
Helga says, yet I play many games on console.
Star Trek, one of them?
Arcanoloth says, can confirm, I have 6 trays in space.
And some of y'all have it like, where they're separate from one another as well.
Holy Helga says, yet.
Yeah! Dude! Kaplosion! I love it when things go kablooey!
Come on, you Zinkethis. Come on. All these Zinkethi coming around here. Zork. Oh, Mox. Oh, Mox goodness.
Arcanoloth says, my message to the Tsinkethi, don't come around here no more.
Don't you come around here no more. You hear me?
Arcanoloth says, whatever you're looking for, don't come around here no more.
Going critical. Look, it's a Pharynginer's vehicle. Gotta love those
Murdoch
Pharynginers.
says, Tom Petty.
That's so petty. That's so Raven. Please state the nature of the emergency.
Will you please state the nature of the emergency? I gotta go get more pudding.
Murdoch says, my old best friend played with his drummer in LA.
What were they playing? Just some random stuff, or like stuff that we
Murdoch
would know,
says,
or
music.
well, yeah, I mean, anything like just goofing off, kind of playing, or
Arcanoloth says, error. Please state the nature of the marzipan. Unexpected input. Continue.
Is this thing captured or something?
Murdoch says, Shivan gigs with many people there and does studio work, so could have been either. Also could have been with Jacob Dylan and the Wallflowers, I dunno.
Flowers is pretty. I always thought that.
I popped my car into a cop car the other day. Well, he just drove off, sometimes life's okay. I ran my mouth off a bit too much, what did I say?
Jedi_Library says, I just saw him in Simple Plan. Awesome movie and School for Scoundrels.
School. School for Scoundrels. My oh my, sounds like fun. Kaboom. Kaboom.
Jedi_Library says, and he was with Angelina Jolie for a while, so you know.
Oh, you talking about Billy Bob?
Arcanoloth says, oh lord, my condolences. Jedi_Library says, yay.
Billy Bob Thornton. Yeah, they had like a vial of blood around their neck all the time for each other's love. Alright, I need to get 3 more kills. So I'll hopefully get some monies. Then I'm gonna take that monies.
Jedi_Library says, yep.
And Angelina like dated her brother too at one time, right? Very Game of Thrones of her.
We need to get those blockade arrays back online.
Jedi_Library says, she was freaky.
/is.
Jedi_Library says, and didn't care.
I don't know if her father and her ever like got back on good terms. He was really upset with the way she
Arcanoloth
turned
says,
out.
you can run away to Africa, but you can't run away from the truth.
Well, if we ran away to Africa, we can be over there with MC Wolfcat. We'd have a place to stay. Trek's place.
Jedi_Library says, what's that from? Jedi_Library says, at Arcanoloth.
At the movie references, it's hilarious. I love it. I love it. I like it a lot. It's very
Arcanoloth
good.
says, Family Guy did a bit about her and her brother. Jedi_Library says, oh, got it.
Okay, that is the endeavor.
Hull integrity below 50%.
How far is that? Okay, I'll be able to get to tomorrow from that. So, right now, we're gonna go right here. Click on that. Energy credits, a mini. Not bad. I'm gonna put that in my bank. You're right, boy. Okay. So now, what I'ma do is, can I go to my ship, my little small craft?
Arcanoloth says, the judge in her custody case told her off for lying and fabricating evidence under oath to try and cut off Brad. Said if she shows her face and wastes the court's time again, she will go to jail.
Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect anything.
Arcanoloth says, some of these people have never had any consequences for their actions.
You know, like Lindsay Lohan whenever she was on her little binge and running through people's houses with her car. he exclaimed.
Jedi_library says, and Jennifer Aniston got the last laugh.
Let's see.
Arcanoloth says, but if you are rich and famous, people want to be around you, so they will put up with a certain amount of behavior.
I love how this thing just doesn't stay things together sometimes. We need to go the previous. What was it there? I think I didn't like move any kind of funding over there to Hill. I think. Nope, I did. Okay. Okay. Let's go to Archer. He's all the way down here. That's him leaping in.
Jedi_library says, what if you're famous and rich? LUL.
Wonder who would be famous and rich, though. I don't know these famous and rich people. Alright, we're going to go over here to the bank. And we're going to account bank. We're going to withdraw all that amount there. We're going to check our amount here, 350. Look at that. Arcanoloth, Arcanoloth, are you watching? You see what I did?
Murdoch says, Dandid 69 R Dandid F Dandid P Dandid 69 Dandid Pep. Arcanoloth says, nice. Murdoch says, good night P.
Oh, good night, dude. And see you maybe tomorrow. I guess you'll be installing a bunch of stuff that you had installed before. Yeah, after I sort this ship a little bit, I'm going to call it a night.
Arcanoloth says, suggest set protected mode on the console.
Protected mode on the console. Yeah, I'm going to rename it too.
Arcanoloth says, great console.
So I need to go over to a ship person at the ATM at the moment. So I'm like completely broke now.
Jedi_library says, will you be on tomorrow night?
Alas, it seems to be my curse that I am on all the time. I will be, yeah, tomorrow. I've been on like ever since I started playing on Rise like every single day, and I can't seem to stop.
Jedi_library says, good curse.
That's right. I try to make sure that I'm cursed for everyone's amusement. Ship selector. What the heck? I forgot all about that. Okay. Let's see. Where are you? Where are ye? Right there. Okay. Here. We're going to name you. Put you as an O1. Change you to an NX. And
Arcanoloth says, so you have the Lobi weapons already. What else?
Right. I need to shift that over. Let's see. Right there. Okay, so ready starship. Protection status on. Lobi weapons already. Ah, I hate when it does that. A bunch of just this, get rid of that. And change. Does it disable visuals? Anything else have visuals? Disable visuals. It's a little brighter than the other one. Okay, discard that. Discard that. Get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of these because I don't want to have any weapons on it that I don't need at the moment. Like I want them to be red and everything. Get rid of that because I don't want anything right there yet. Just what I need. What is this? Point defense bombardment warhead. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. Okay, reputation.
Arcanoloth says, yeah, what phasers we want.
I want them to stay in theme with the color of the face cannons. That's what I'm going for. You know, like how this this here was the cutting beam thing. This was kind of perfect color and everything for that. I also need to readjust. Oh my God! Oh shit! Yeah, we gotta redo that there. Over here. Customize starship. Yeah. Layout small. NX. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Apply. Okay. That's so much better now. I can relax. Hee hee. Ooh, upgrade. Look at that. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Count bank. Access. Ah, damn it. I keep clicking the wrong.
Arctic Knight says, how you get that one?
How'd I get what one? This NX now? The refit T6? I just bought it. That's why I needed the 5 million.
Arctic Knight says, ship. Arcanoloth says, bought from exchange.
Yeah, I could have saved up like I could have saved up like some Lobi to actually buy it off of the
Arctic Knight
Lobi.
says, only 5 million?
No. I had already had like maybe was it 300 and something million off of one of my main characters that I've had for a long time. And I've been kind of building up the rest of it for my other characters over the past month to combine it until I could buy the actual ship. So it only took 5 million like today to scramble together. Since my other character, I bought this for 350 million energy credits. And I finally sold another one of these Aegis things today. Well, it's only a different character. The hyper warp thing for like 40 million, and that kicked it up to from the 3 to the 40. So all I needed was a little bit more. So I scrounged together earlier today, like 3 more million, and it kind of bumped it up, and it kept bumping it up, and then finally I had like enough to get there, and just needed to do something this evening, which is the endeavors to get to more energy credits. So yeah. Okay, so I need to be talking to somebody to upgrade the ship. Complete upgrade. And boom. Now I have some few more slots now. Yes. I renamed it. I got it right there.
Arcanoloth says, we.
Yeah. So now I can get more.
Arcanoloth says, so bump that ship console into ing.
I need to get engineering consoles, tactical consoles. This is, because I've decided I'm not going to do that whole T1 challenge thing anymore because that's what was difficult. I hate that it doesn't show anything, but Archer finally got his
Arcanoloth
ship.
says, I'm not sure if we have any pulse phasers other than the Lobi set you already have.
Well, it doesn't have to really be pulse types or anything like that. It's just something kind of like the red phaser of the phase cannons, which is, I guess, standard
Arcanoloth
type.
says, T1 challenges Stow on hard mode for sure.
Yeah. And I've played enough of that. I mean, I still have the ship.
Says, so Emma post the wiki table.
Okay. And in about like 6 minutes, I'm gonna mosey my own self out of here, do my own thing, go down to the garden.
Arcanoloth says, https://stow.fandom.com/wiki/template_ship_weapon_nav.
Oh, it went to page twice.
Arcanoloth says, what color we want?
The orangey red color. Dual phaser beam bank looks pretty good. I like that. Just the way it looks. I mean, I like this this AF weapons enhanced directional phaser beam Omni. That's pretty awesome. I like that. But of the era, it had like the orangey red weapons, you know. Not the blue ones, like, you know, the TOS. It's apparently got blue.
Arcanoloth says, pulse phasers are standard on the Columbia, which is the movie era refit of the NX.
Pulse phasers. Let's discard that. And discard that. What's this? Hull plating. For now, we'll just set that in there. Yeah. Just for something. You know, for console reasons. Direct energy distribution manifold, beam weapon damage, 20%. We're not going to go for that. We're going to go strictly for just these. Vulnerability locators all over the damn place. Phaser relay. Aligned anti-proton shield. Warp core. I like the warp core I'm having that there. It's the one I'm going to use. Pryor's World. Put them all. Grappler. I'm put the grappler back now. I think for now I will. I'll just set it in there. For universal.
Arcanoloth says, yet, one Lorcy console and then fill remaining TAC consoles with phaser locators. Arcanoloth says, ship console can go elsewhere.
This console? It's a universal, so I could technically put it right there. And get rid of that.
Arcanoloth says, Uni console is another TAC.
TAC. It's so tacky. What do I have as far as like fleet credits? Really not enough for anything, and I don't have enough dilithium because I've been hoarding that for everything. That's the basic look of it, though. What's a good phaser? Ooh, Admiralty. Need to do something with that. Get that out of the way right now. Click a reward. That way nobody will laugh at me now that I have this chip, you know. They're like, bringing that to a fight? What the hell's wrong with you?
Congratulations, Admiral.
Thank you, Admiral.
Arcanoloth says, move Lorca console to Uni. Fill empty TAC slots with cheap phaser relays.
And leave this here, this Universal Point Defense Bombardment Warhead.
Arcanoloth says, fill weapon slots with some cheap phaser cannons until we decide on a color.
Well, red is orange. Retrofit phaser bank? Is that blue?
Arcanoloth says, what phaser looks most like Ent is going to be a time suck.
Standard issues all gone.
Arcanoloth says, yeah, I have no idea right now. Arcanoloth says, this is a research project.
Yes. Ooh, what's this? We'll just put that there for no reason. What is that? Get rid of that.
Arcanoloth says, keep moving Terran rep along to T6. Arcanoloth says, do we have the prolonged phaser weapons?
Prolonged? Well, oh, I did get rid of that, didn't I? Where was that? Reclaim?
Arcanoloth says, I'm going to just spitball, and if you don't like the color, ignore. Arctic Knight says, what color are the TOS phasers?
Well, according to the game, they're blue. But I think they're like green in the show, and sometimes they're red, sometimes they're orange, depending on what episode you're watching. So this, the Entanglement Phaser Beam Array, probably? I mean, I did have that on the other ship at one time. Phaser dual cannons. Probably only allow me to have one of those.
Arcanoloth says, TOS phasers are blue mostly yet.
And they go...
Arctic Knight says, no, the TOS tunes. Arcanoloth says, grab the prolonged cannon. Arcanoloth says, since the Lobby set is a cannon, so I'm thinking cannons.
Cannon, Bobannon, banana, fan of Bofannon, me, my, Momanon, cannon. So like there. Just cannon, dual cannons, cannons. And this guy here. Whoops, you can only equip one of those.
HATE3K says, go to K13 if you want some TOS gear.
Yeah. When all is done, like Major Tom. But I want beams. That's the thing. Not some. I know these are called phase cannons, but they're actually just beams.
Arcanoloth says, yeah, convert the prolonged cannon to MK12 and then hold off on upgrading for now.
Oh.
Arcanoloth says, just trying to prototype.
Right.
Arcanoloth says, the white arc is a cannon though.
Yeah, it shoots out just two beams, you know, like solid beams, and that's what I'm thinking though. But
Arcanoloth says, we can mix and match. The ship has the TAC seating, just makes your buff cycle more complex.
My buff is all complex.
So I started that for sure. You said Terran, T6 Terran gets a lot of those, and Vanity Shield. Count wide gear discount for this. Reputation Vanity Shield. Energy type weapon space. And okay. Archer's finally getting him a ship. May not be much, but it's something.
Arcanoloth says, T6 rep is a long grind yet.
And I like it now since he has a ship.
Arcanoloth says, so no Terran phaser for right now.
We'll still have the T1 though, as a fallback to making people upset.
Arcanoloth says, do we have the quad cannon from Sao Paulo?
Quad cannon? Negative, Captain. He's making a list, checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Santa Claus is coming for you.
Arcanoloth says, I think we bought it on another character. The question is, do you like the visuals?
You can always disable the visuals, right?
Arcanoloth says, so the Chuan cannon is from the Sao Paulo. which is now a Dill ship.
That's something that I do remember something about that. I hate seeing it new. It just distracts me.
Arcanoloth says, T4.
T4? Okay. Well, this is a good starting for it.
MC Wolfcat1 says, hey hey.
Hey hey.
Hyper Tiger Blood Trail Golf 2 Goof.
Hey
again.
Hey. Again. Hello again. Hey,
Arcanoloth says, linked phasers are disco visuals. Props not what you want.
That's so disco. I'm gonna hunker on over here to the spar. Ugh. There we go. Ooh, it feels so good. Yes, it feels so good. It's the same ship. It's bigger, a little bigger and better. More up to date with today's standards. I'm just curious now. 74.
MC Wolfcat1 says, my mom called me just as I came in this morning. Dukin_Rex has hosted you with 1 viewers.
Thank you, Dukin_Rex.
Dukin_Rex has hosted you with 1 viewers. Arcanoloth says, check gamma rep for turret. That may be T6.
Your mom called as soon as you came in this morning? So it kind of jumped you out of there real quick? It's okay. I thought maybe we scared you away with all our toilet humor. Hey, hey. Check gamma rep for turret. Gamma rep. Can we do a filter thing here too? No.
Arcanoloth says, rear slots I'd go trilithium, you have the beam, then gamma then heavy turret from Undine.
I hope you're writing this down. I'm recording it, so I should be able to watch it back again. Console advanced requisition. Polyron. Wide angle inhibiting torpedo launcher. So maybe make this a T6 as well. Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
Arcanoloth says, so Terran and Gamma Rep need to get to T6. That's a long-term project.
Sweet. What we at on this right chair? Just curious. I don't have any dilithium. Dilithium. I could get enough though, cause down here. But I'm not gonna do that. Not right now.
Arcanoloth says, gear is a long-term project. What I can do right now is fix the skill layout.
Right. I got skills, they're multiplying. Electrify. Gotta shape up. Come on, need my ooh.
Arcanoloth says, Stations tab.
Stations. Oh yeah, now we can like do the stuff. Oh boy.
MC Wolfcat1 says, oof. My brains are scrambled like eggs. I thought I made my alarm for 8 AM and I was surprised that after almost an hour on the phone it was already 10 AM. Turns out I set my alarm for 9 LUL. Arcanoloth says, that is a nice layout.
Well, you helped build it. Well, it's good that you had like an extra hour. And then another extra hour, so it's like wasting a day, but I love it. What do we have here?
Arcanoloth says, so the CMDR TAC needs all your firing modes, scatter volley 3, beam overload 3, torp spread 3, fire at will 1. MC Wolfcat 1 says, LOL. Arcanoloth says, the Eng seat needs power to weapons 3, auxiliary to bat 1, power to engines 1. Arcanoloth says, and Psi can be a hazard emitters.
What is this? What's this? What's this? I really need to piss.
Arcanoloth says, then we can play with the spec seats.
Power to weapons 3. Power to engines.
Arcanoloth says, temporal gives some extra spank, and the pilot seat gives us our gotta go fast.
Yeah, Travis needs to be the pilot. Is he already there? Good job, Travis. We need to make him a real pilot, though. Travis? Travis! Where the hell are you? Come here, Travis! 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 It's the only thing there. Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why? What the heck? I thought I needed like the power to something. Weapons. To make weapons go boom boom.
Arcanoloth says, Delta Command has an NPC skill vendor but not Solani for some reason. MC Wolfcat 1 says, one day I'm gonna watch all your VODs and clip all the funny noises you make. P.
Well, you better
Arcanoloth
hurry.
says, rank 3 stuff you can grab from exchange.
Well, the VODs automatically like delete themselves after 14 days, I think, right? But I have everything over YouTube. Rank 3 stuff, yeah. Which is why there's nothing there right now. I need to find somebody to put here. We can put Dr. Flux there. Because this is engineering spot, right? No matter what. Engineering station, tactical / pilot station, which
MC Wolfcat 1
Travis,
says,
perfect.
Yep. Oh yeah, I should still check your YouTube.
It's
surprised
there.
Face.
It's there.
Arcanoloth says, so scatter volley 3, overload 3, torp spread 3, power to weapons 3, verify those. Arcanoloth says, the Unitemp will prob be a Psi.
So I need to put T'Pol Napal here. What is that one? Is that one the back over. You back over. Okay. Temporal operative. Ew. 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 So I can probably put her there. And put another put Hoshi right here. And I could get something else for her, like the hazard for her. Hey, hey. So much to do.
Arcanoloth says, funny to train T'Pol in temporal. Nobody will suspect her because the Vulcan Science Institute denies the existence of time travel.
Yeah, it would be funny, wouldn't it? It's a good idea. I like it. like Archer automatically just made her like study temporal stuff or whatever like that, even though she doesn't believe in it. He said, just read it. You know, be aware.
MC Wolfcat 1 says, Do you use Discord at all, Scorpy?
I have Discord, but I don't really use it much. It's there, but never on, really. So I just need to get a whole lot of stuff.
Arcanoloth says, but yet, check for those rank 3 skills. If they don't have M, grab from exchange.
Roger that. I need to end this stream. I have to get up earlier tomorrow. Yay for Friday again. Which is this morning right now, but not that kind of morning. MC Wolfcat's morning, but not my morning. Not yet. It's definitely a lot.
Arcanoloth says, we can fix this up later. GG.
I know you got so excited. I didn't want to stop you though. Like, oh boy, a new ship! Yay!
MC Wolfcat1 says, oh. I was wanting to use it to communicate after stream.
Communication.
Arcanoloth says, nah man, I'm here anytime.
Let's look up the nostrils of Archer.
Arcanoloth says, Discord got me through 2020. I am a shootin'. MC Wolfcat1 says, I'm gonna stream in a few. But I'm starting a bit later today.
Okay.
Arcanoloth says, Wolfcat, you in any Stow Discords? MC Wolfcat1 says, yes I am. Arcanoloth says, I used to be in a few, left to manage my notifications. MC Wolfcat1 says, Grumpy, Aries, SPYNX and a few more.
Sam just leaked.
MC Wolfcat1 says, LOL, I just mute the notifications from most. Arcanoloth says, I know I can mute all notifications with several clicks, but if it takes more clicks than leaving, well, that makes my choice real easy.
Access mail. Access denied.
MC Wolfcat1 says, ha ha ha.
Whoa. So yeah, I'm gonna end her right here. Yes.
HATE3K says, do you have either / or both bellum monotanum alloy, bellum tribernium alloy?
Bellum.
MC Wolfcat1 says, maybe on Monday I will start streaming early again. MC Wolfcat1 says, have a great rest, Scorpy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Alright, yes, I will end it. And I'm just gonna, for giggles and all that kind of stuff, let's see, twitch.television.com. Television. Application. We're going to host Trizander, which he's probably about through with his stream. That's usually how this works. Just gonna host, not gonna jump in there because he gets enough jump scares every once in a while.
MC Wolfcat1 says, glad I could come in and chat a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I don't stay on like super long like most of them do. I know a lot of people stay on like 6 or 8 hours. I'm like, I can't do that, man. I can only actually start at a certain time because internet is just not for me normal. You know, I everybody else that is with me in this household uses the internet, so I try to do it when everyone's asleep, so I don't interrupt anyone. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. What? Okay. So y'all have a good evening, night, morning. More night? A ning. N-I-N-G. Ning. And I will catch all of you later. Thanks for everyone stopping by. I appreciate it. See ya.